হ্যাঁ ভালো গুড মর্নিং ঠিক আছে সব ওকে
our guest is also already joined the meeting. My partner, good morning.
হ্যালো এখন একটু পরে আমি একটু মিটিং এ আছি পরে বিকেলে কথা বলো হ্যাঁ তুমি একে কথা বলো এই 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 দীপাঞ্জন তুমি ফোন ধরছো না কেন ব্যাংকের ফোন করছে ওকে 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 থ্যাংক ইউ হ্যাঁ
স্যার গুড মর্নিং স্যার স্যার একবার সবাই একবার চেক করে নিন যে শোনা যাচ্ছে কিনা অডিবল কিনা স্টার্ট করার আগে একবার চেক করে নিন
সিএ রবি কুমার জি we cannot see you
Good morning.
হ্যাঁ দীপ্তি শোনা যাচ্ছে
হ্যাঁ ইয়েস
শোনা যাচ্ছে
ঠিক আছে
আমারটা শোনা যাচ্ছে
হ্যাঁ একদম ক্লিয়ার
এভরিথিং রাইট
ক্লিয়ার
শোনা যাচ্ছে স্যার শোনা যাচ্ছে
সিএ রবি কুমার জি are you present sir are you here
and he is present Ravi Kumar Patwa he is present
but we cannot see him We cannot see him.
Oh,
No, Ravi Kumarji.
Somo sir, Somo sir.
Somo sir, just now we actually saw her.
Yes, I'm present.
And where is
ঠিক
Ravi
আছে,
Kumarji?
ঠিক আছে।
Hello.
Where is Ravi Kumarji?
Good morning to everyone. Good morning,
Good
Dipti
morning.
sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Uttam sir. Vishwajit, good morning.
হ্যাঁ, good morning, good morning.
Lama, are you present? You request CA Ravi Kumarji.
Yes, sir. Yes.
You request your Ravi Kumarji to. I cannot see him.
Acha. Sir, Ravi Kumar Patwa sir, Chairman sir. Acha, acha, aa rahe hain.
Acha. Okay.
He's coming.
Lopamudra Bhattacharya.
Yes, sir, I'm there. Yes, sir, I'm there.
You just on your screen.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
রৌনক একটা ছবি তুলে নেবে সবাইকে, একটা কাউকে বলে, ঠিক আছে, যারা ফ্রি আছে।
Good morning. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone, sir.
Good morning. Oh, Madhumita. Okay.
Now it's 10:30, sir.
আচ্ছা শুরু করে।
CA Ravi Kumar Patwa sir. Patwa sir, are you there?
Yes, he's coming.
No, he is not here.
He's coming. Yes.
sir,
आ रहे हैं।
हाँ sir, आइए। ठीक है।
তো আনন্দ বলো, কেমন আছো?
হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে আজকে ডিপার্টমেন্টে আমার প্রোগ্রাম আছে, তাই ডিপার্টমেন্ট থেকেই আমি জয়েন করছি।
ও আচ্ছা। তা আর কি বলবো, তোমাদের কি ইউনিভার্সিটি কি হচ্ছে কে জানে, মাথাহীন ইউনিভার্সিটি না চলছে ইউনিভার্সিটি। কে উত্তম? আচ্ছা।
yes, Ravi Kumar Patwa is here.
স্যার আমাদের কিন্তু ইউটিউব চলছে কিন্তু, হ্যাঁ একদম।
ও
ভেরি গুড।
Now I request Ms. Bhattacharya to start.
Yes.
Ravi Kumar Patwa sir is here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Bhattacharya.
Yes. Ravi Kumarji, can we see Ravi Kumarji? We cannot see.
Sir, I'm starting.
Sir, Ravi
Sir,
Kumarji,
I'm start
please. Where is Ravi Kumarji? We cannot see him. Ravi Kumarji, can you on your screen? Ravi Kumarji. Vishwajit, can you see him?
No sir. Sir,
see him.
উনি চলে আসবেন হয়তো।
না এলে কি করে শুরু করা যাবে?
ঠিক আছে।
না এলে তো শুরু করা যাবে না।
Patwa sir, are you there, sir? Patwa sir.
Someone call him over phone. If there is a problem, call him over phone. Ananda, morning.
Yes, Subhayan.
মর্নিং
Subhayan,
হ্যাঁ বলুন দাদা।
তোমাকে যে কলেজে খোঁজ নিতে বলছিলাম, সেটা কলেজের খবর পেয়েছো?
নিয়েছি বলবো।
Sir, it's recording, sir. YouTube is.
না, এটা অন্য জিনিস, এতে কিছু অসুবিধা নেই।
we check whether he is audible, visible also over camera. If he sets his camera on, you can see him and you can also hear him before the formal meeting starts.
Yes.
The formal seminar starts, webinar starts. So
Yes.
I request Pema to have a call to
Call him.
Kumarji to
আচ্ছা, yes, yes. তাহলে I've already say informed him, so he's going to join very soon. Okay,
So in that case,
let's
start.
yes. So Lopamitra, you start.
Lopamudra, you unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes. No.
You are audible.
Yes. No, am I audible? Good morning and a warm welcome to all the respected dignitaries, members, and esteemed guests. Today, on September 23rd, 2022, Friday, I welcome you all to the first international webinar on social science research organized by Kolkata Bidhannagar Society for Academic Advancement, jointly with the Eastern India Regional Council of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I, Lopamudra Bhattacharya, on behalf of KBSAA, humbly request our respected dignitaries, Honorable President, Professor Dr. Deepti Kumar Chakraborty, former Professor and Head, Department of Commerce, University of Calcutta, Honorable Vice President, Professor Dr. Ananda Mohan Pal, Professor, Department of Business Management, University of Calcutta, C.A. Ravi Kumar Patwa, Chairman, the Eastern India Regional Council of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Honorable Treasurer, Professor Shaumo Mukherjee, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Maharaja Monindra Chandra College, Kolkata, Honorable Organizing Secretary, Dr. Bishwajit Paul, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, University of Gaurbanga, Malda, Honorable Seminar Convener, Professor Brahmu Chaudhary, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Jhargram Raj College, Jharkhand. To kindly take the dais, and I hand over to our Honorable Organizing Secretary for the welcome address. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Chatterjee. Thank you. Good morning, all. Good morning, all the members present here, my teachers and my colleagues, my students, and all the participants. Good morning. Very good morning. So first, being an organizing secretary of this webinar, I want to mention something that about our society. Actually, today is a very, very remarkable day. It is a very remarkable day for us. Why? Because 15th March 2022, more or less 7 months ago, we have started our journey. We means our society, Kolkata Bidhannagar Society for Academic Advancement, KBSAA. On 15th March, we have started, and within 7 months, that was a great challenge for us to organize this webinar within 7 months, within this short period of time. So ultimately, we have done that was a challenging job for us. So with the blessings of our teachers, our senior governing body members, our teacher governing body members, already here, Professor Deepti Kumar Chakraborty, ex-professor, Department of Commerce, Calcutta University, our teacher, Ananda Mohan Pal sir, Business Department of Business Management, Calcutta University, our teacher, Professor Uttam Kumar Datta, Netaji Subhash Open University, our teacher, Professor Dhuvaranjan Dandapat. He is not here, but he is a senior member of our society. He is also our teacher. And Professor Pema Lama, sir, Department of Commerce, Calcutta University, Secretary of the Society, and Professor Somo Banerjee,
No.
Professor Mukherjee, Somo Mukherjee, our Treasurer of the Society, and all other governing body members. We have started this journey. We have started our society. So thank you, sir. Thank you all the governing body members as well as all the well-wishers of the society. Thank you, sir. Next part, I want to mention that we have already got 110 participants. So that is also a remarkable task for us to gather all those participants. So ultimately, we have done 110 participants till date. We have they have participated. They have registered for this webinar. And 13 papers we have got 13 papers. 13 paper presenters will be there in our technical session. They will present their papers. So that is also good job. That is also a good job from the viewpoint of our society. And thereafter, I also mentioned, being an organizing secretary, equally important is our collaboration in this great effort. That is EIRC ICAI. They have collaborated with us, and they have uh, already helped us in very in each and every stage of organizing this webinar. They have helped us a lot. And also I want to thank our here chairman C. Ravi Kumar Patwar, chairman EIRC ICI. He is present here in this. I also want to thank him. So with this, I believe that this by participating in this webinar, and we are in the right place, and the right time. Together, let us accelerate the exchange of ideas and scaling up our good practices. With this, I want to welcome. I want to give my warm welcome to all 13 paper presenters, 110 participants, all the members of the society, all the members of the EIRC, ICAI, and all the speakers of all the sessions, and moreover all the audiences who will listen our this webinar. So with this, I again I welcome the organizing secretary to all. Thank you so much. With this, I want to hand over this charge of this session to our teacher, our President, Honorable President of the governing body, Professor Dipti Kumar Chakraborty, sir. So please, sir, take the charge of this session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pal, for your warm welcome. And actually, the introduction of the objective or the theme of the seminar, and also the objective of the KBSAA, Kolkata Bidhannagar Society for Academic Advancement. So thank you once again. Actually, our secretary, Professor Lama, if CA Ravi Kumar cannot be present, is he present? Then you may request.
Sir, he is present, sir. Sir, he is present.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So, good morning to all of you. Actually, the respected or distinguished dignitaries on the dais and also in the audience. Very good morning to all of you. And to me, this morning is truly a very, very good morning. Because for two reasons. Firstly, actually, I have been able to share the dais with so many revered personalities of the academy as well as the profession, the EIRC Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And secondly, I am the president of one society, KBSAA, Kolkata Bidhannagar Society for Academic Advancement. As our organizing secretary just now mentioned, that our society is still in its childhood. And in spite of that, actually it has not yet completed one year. Still, it has been able to organize such an international webinar. And surely I am glad for this. I am very happy for this. And at the same time, it has been able to have the collaboration of the largest, the most powerful, the oldest, the premier, your professional body of the country, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Eastern India Regional Council. So truly, I am proud actually for the the effort and the of the organizing committee members of organizing such a seminar. Actually, our ICAI, the professional body, and particularly the EIRC, not only for this time, actually this EIRC, ICI, this is always with us, with the academic person, always with us. Actually, this institute knows very well that for the development of commerce education, accounting education, an interface between the academy and the profession, this is very much essential. This is a must. And for this reason, last year also, this institute actually forwarded its support, all-round support to Commerce Alumni Association to organize such one international conference. So thank you, the members of the Eastern India Regional Council, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, particularly its chairman, R.K. Patua, CA R.K. Patua sir. Actually, you know, our society and the Chartered Institute, this has organized this conference on the social science research. Okay. Apparently, we feel that social science is comparatively one easy science in comparison to the pure science, in comparison to the physical science. And mostly the mediocre students, they get admission to study the social science. But actually, the social science is the most difficult science. One of the researcher, one of the experts on this line once mentioned that God has given the easiest task to the physicist. God has given the easiest task to the physicist, physical scientists. There is reason, there is logic behind this remark. Okay, what is the logic? That you know, in case of physical science, the subjects of the study, what are the subjects of the study? The actually, you know, the inanimate things, and mostly those are governed by the law of nature. They are governed by the law of nature, the subjects of the physical science. And as a result of that, the behavior of those subjects of the physical science, those are predictable. Okay, yesterday the sun rises in the east, today it rises in the east, tomorrow also it will rise in the east. This is infallible. Okay, this is governed by the law of you throw something upward, this will come down on the earth. And this is true, this is infallible. Okay, so their behavior is predictable, the subject of the physical science. Whereas the subjects of the social science, the human beings and the society formed by these human beings, you know that never two human beings are identical. You know, the same human being at different points of time, their behavior is different. Okay, and we, the students of social science, we are going to establish, set up the cause and effect relationship of their behavior. This is very, very difficult. The study on the social science, very, very difficult. And you actually have invited the papers also. And from those papers, we will be able to know, the future researchers will be able to know that what is the direction of the present time actually study on the, or the research on the social sciences. What are the areas, what are the topics on which we should conduct our studies? Future researchers will be able to know. This is a very tough job, no doubt, but you have attempted this tough job. You, our very young members of the society, in collaboration with the Eastern India Regional Council, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. So once again, I convey my hearty thanks to all of you. With these few words, I now request Dr. Ananda Mohan Pal, Professor, Department of Business Management, University of Kolkata, very brilliant student of our department, very experienced teacher of the department. He is chartered accountant also. His area of research interest, actually mostly the financial accounting and financial reporting, financial reporting. Very brilliant student he is, and very successful teacher and the researchers. So I now, our vice president also, we are proud that he is the vice president of our society. I now request that Professor Ananda Mohan Pal to address the inaugural address, to give us the inaugural address for today's seminar. So Ravi Kumar Patwaji sir, so now we can see you. So sir, namaskar sir. Actually, you are our chief guest sir. So now our inaugural address will be given by the Professor Ananda Mohan Pal of the Department of Business Management, University of Calcutta. Okay, sir. So Pal, Professor Pal.
Yes. Thank you, respected Chairman, Diptida, and here I am seeing Uttamda, Sugandha are also there. I very good morning to all of you. And this morning is very special to all the members of the Kolkata Bidhannagar Society for Academic Advancement, KBSAA, as it starts its first international webinar in this very morning. KBSAA started its journey very recently in March 2022 with high potential of being a center of sustainable academic research. It has already published the June issue of its biannual peer-reviewed, refereed, open access journal, the Journal of Academic Advancement. In this short period, KBSAA has also published one peer-reviewed edited volume, Emerging Issues in Accounting and Finance Research, which is preceded by 4 more books published by the academic entrepreneurs in the pre-registration period of this society. In this first international webinar on social science research, we have the Eastern India Regional Council of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India as our collaborator. And we have resource persons from within and outside of India. Both veteran and young researchers are going to present their research work in the 2 technical sessions. In this inaugural session, we have one special address from CA Ravi Kumar Patwa, Chairman of EIRC of ICAI. In the plenary session, we have Dr. Shati Chakraborty from Bhutan to speak on corporate governance with all the expectation of an excellent webinar to take place now on. I inaugurate the webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pal, for your very brief, but actually the pervasive, the every corner of your today's conference, what the conference is going to do, and what actually is the activities so far of our KBSAA. Every point you have touched upon very lucidly. So thank you, Professor Ananda Mohan Pal. So now I request our chief guest, Chairman EIRC, ICAI, CA Ravi Kumar Patwa sir. Actually, as just now I mentioned, whether CA Patwa sir has listened it or not, that actually this EIRC and of this ICAI, actually for long it has been working with us, with the academic person. This EIRC, the ICAI continuously, constantly, every year, okay, every year actually it has been helping us in different ways for organizing seminars, workshops, conferences, etc. Just last year, we have one commercial alumni association in our university, and this EIRC, ICAI in the same way actually supported us with all its means. We know that this EIRC, ICAI knows it very well, and actually it wants to materialize it also the interface between academy and the profession, which is highly needed for the development of commerce education or the accounting education, you do it. So we are, with the academic person, are very thankful to all the members, all the chairmen, the past and the present, your governing body of this EIRC. We are sincerely thankful to you and your institute. Our Ravi Kumar Patwa ji, very eminent personality of this EIRC, ICI in general. Actually, before being the actually chairman of this EIRC, he was also once the treasurer, he was also once the vice president, he was the chairman of the student study group also. Actually, he is from Silchar, very brilliant actually personality from the Barak Valley. Actually, now he is with us. We feel very proud that I am sharing the dais with such a personality. So now I request CA Ravi Kumar Patwa sir to enlighten us with your special address for today's seminar. CA Patwa sir.
Thank you, Professor Chakravarti Sahib, Professor Ananda Mohan Pal, Professor Shommo Mukherjee, Professor Dr. Vishwajit Pal, Madam Lopamudra Bhattacharya, Madam Dr. Shati Chakravarti, Dr. Uttam Datta, Dr. Shommobrata Das, Dr. Sujoy Dhar, and all the other dignitaries present over here. A very happy morning to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, social science research is used to investigate human behavior and relationship. And it helps to consider the basic necessity of people and thereby help proper allocation of countries' resources. That I believe is the most important thing for the social science researchers. And first of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers, Kolkata Bidhannagar Society for Academic Advancement. You all have been doing a wonderful job, and I must tell you that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and its Eastern India Regional Council are very happy to join hands with you, collaborate with you for different programs, and be partners in taking our nation forward. And when the whole world is grappling with the gross domestic product, GDP, everybody, all of us are talking about GDP. Bhutan is one country which started talking about framing its policies based on gross national happiness. Now, who could be better than somebody from Thimphu College in Bhutan to be the keynote speaker for this event? I believe you all have chosen a very wise person, and it is commendable that you have chosen somebody from Bhutan. Friends, I must tell you something about what the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is doing. All of us, you all must be thinking that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India deals with businesses, deals with profits. I would like to bring it to the knowledge of this August gathering that we have been thinking about the society since long. And we in the corridors of powers of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India do not talk about profit only. We talk about 3 P's: profit, people, and planet. I'm happy to inform all of you that Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has a Sustainability Accounting Board. And the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board set by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was only the second such board in the whole world. And those in governance have also recognized it. You all must have seen that on 25th of July, SEBI has come up with a notification for social audit. And those standards for social audit, the sustainability accounting standards, are being developed by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. The social audit curriculum has been developed by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. although the exams will be conducted by NIFM, but the whole control will be with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Now, friends, what I want to impress upon all of you is this, that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has been a true partner in nation building. And I am not telling it. These words were uttered by none other than our late president, Mr. APJ Abdul Kalam. He termed ICI as the true partners in nation building. We do conduct sessions on FTL, on finance and tax literacy. I don't know how many of you know that although we talk about high literacy rate, gradually growing illiteracy rate of the country, but unfortunately, India's financial literacy rate is as low as 27% only. So we are taking up projects on financial literacy, which are totally social service projects. We go to the slums, we go to suburban areas, we talk to rickshaw pullers, we talk to auto rickshaw drivers, we talk to sweepers. We have programs with them. We talk to their, organizations, assemble them together, and have programs with them. Teach them why sharing of OTP can be dangerous. Teach them why opening a bank account is important. Why I'm talking all this is that, when we talk about social research, it is an all-encompassing area. We are talking about core subject, social sciences, but at the same time, we have to talk about the society as well when we talk about social research. And I'm sure all of us are individually contributing to the society in the best possible manner that we can. But collectively, all of us can do even better. Till date, ICAI and your organization has been collaborating in conducting programs. I would request all of you, if you are interested, then we can also collaborate in doing some social service work. I would not be taking much time because we have learned paper presenters and learned, and the keynote speaker is there and other learned speakers are there who would be enlightening the whole gathering, including me. So I would rather end here. I would once again congratulate the organizers for conducting such a international conference. And I thank you all for inviting me to be present over here. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, C. Ravi Kumar Patwaji, actually for your lucid, very brief, but very informative, the information, and also your wholehearted support, and also your actually promise that you will support in this way the individually to us and also the group for the social research or the social studies. Actually, what ICI is doing since 1949, actually to some extent we know it in every aspect, so far as your finance, accounting, auditing, and also as just now you mentioned for the actually preservation of our environment, the planet, what the chartered accountants are doing, we know it very well. All these 3 P, and finally you have added another P also, the purpose. That means the purpose of the accounting and everything, that spirituality, sincerity, honesty should also have been there. And by your code of conduct, to some extent, code of conduct of the chartered accountants, you have introduced this thing for long, we know it well. Actually, we also eagerly waiting. I am now a retired person, but all the young persons, they are also eager to actually work with you. Actually, individually, as you just now mentioned, individually they can do. but if they can have your assistance and if they can work with you, this EIRC, your chartered accountants of India, for the social work, the social studies, the enhancement of this financial literacy. Yes, we know it, that actually the financial literacy level is very low in our country, mostly because we are reluctant about this. We are investing, but we do not want to know where we are investing and what we are doing. In most cases, we are reluctant. So this awareness, so that this can be developed, this can be built up. Our academic researchers also, they are very eager to do this. I know when I was in the Department of Commerce, now I am retired, a number of actually teacher, particularly I have seen our Rampralad Chaudhary, Professor Rampralad Chaudhary, to conduct a number of academic research, yes, on this, your social audit, on the social audit. So actually you can also, if you actually want to do so, you can also ask or seek the inputs from this academic institution like the Department of Commerce, University of Calcutta, what they have found by their researches on the social audit. So thank you, sir, for your collaboration, for your our organizing committee secretary Biswajit Pal.
Sir.
Actually, she want to say, ask or say some few words. So I,
Yes, sir.
so you do. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, in presence of CA Ravi Kumar Patwa, I would like to request you, sir, please give me the permission to request Professor Pema Lama, our Honorable Secretary of the Society, to say something, few words, sir. Professor Lama, please, sir. Because, sir, he has given the maximum effort to organize this webinar. So I must request him to say something, sir. Please.
Okay, sir.
So, namaskar to all of you. So, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. We all are like a family. We are known as KBS AA family. So, there is not so much time. So, I want to give a best of luck for the seminar. And as well as the upcoming keynote speakers and the paper presenters, as well as special thanks goes to CA Ravi Kumar Patwa sir, Chairman EIRC, ICAI. So for giving your consent to hold a international webinar with us, sir. Please be with us always. We always try to produce a good number of publications, as well as we want to do a social work with you, sir. We have developed with an intention that we want to do something new for the young researchers, for the budding researchers, for the academicians, as well as for the social work, sir. So our main objective is this. So thank you very much to all of you for giving me an opportunity. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
All my pleasure. আপনার মিউট আছে প্রফেসর চক্রবর্তী, মিউটেড আছেন।
Dipti sir.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you, Professor Lama. Actually, he's the, you may say, what not of our actually society. He's the key person, and this young person, I do not know where from this enthusiasm actually this he getting. Actually, as our inaugural actually address, Professor Pal just now mentioned that in the meantime, what he has done within these 7 months or before that, actually this is unimaginable. Actually, he is doing, and if actually the society gets the collaboration of the professional body like yourself, then surely this KBS AA, I am the retired person, now I am the president, but I am on the verge of your best eternal thing, but these young persons will be able to do a lot. I believe this. So the cooperation of the professional body surely we need, because this, you know, that commerce education mostly actually practical based and less so much on this theoretical ways. So with these few words, Actually, our Uttam Datta sir is here. Will you actually speak or give us a few words, Professor Uttam Datta? You unmute, sir, Professor Uttam Datta. Unmute, sir. Yeah.
I will talk in the next session.
Okay, okay, thank you. So now I request our Soumya Mukherjee sir. Actually, Soumya Mukherjee, he is the professor in our very famous college, Maharaja Manindra Chandra College of our actually city, Kolkata city, and he is also the honorable treasurer of our society. So I now request him to give the formal vote of thanks of this inaugural session. Soumya Mukherjee, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable dignitaries and valued guests, it is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of our society, Kolkata Bidhannagar Society, for academic advancement. We want to express our gratitude to distinguished resource persons who have provided precious time for us and graced this occasion with their presence. We are really thankful to ICAI for extending their arm for conducting this webinar. I would like to extend our sincere thanks to the chairperson of this program, Professor Dipti Kumar Chakraborty, former professor and head, Department of Commerce, University of Calcutta, and honorable president for delivering his speech. I extend my sincere thanks to Professor Ananda Mohan Pal, Professor, Department of Business Management, University of Calcutta, and Honorable Vice President of our society for delivering inaugural address. I extend my sincere thanks to Professor Uttam Datta, Professor, School of Professional Studies, Netaji Subhas Open University, and Honorable Vice President of our society for guiding us starting from the inception of our society. I extend my sincere thanks to C.A. Ravi Kumar Patwa, Chairperson, Eastern Regional Council, the Chartered Accountants of India, for delivering his special lecture. We immensely benefited by your speech, sir. A warm thanks goes to our organizing secretaries and all other governing body members for being our backbone in our endeavor and constantly motivating and inspiring us. To make this program successful, there lie the manifold attempt of our committed annual members. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the immense contribution of our dedicated annual members. Finally, my special thanks goes to Professor Lama, Associate Professor of University of Calcutta and Secretary of Kolkata Bidhannagar Society for academic advancements. All of us know for last couple of months what the dedications that we got from him. In fact, without you, we cannot proceed further. Thank you so much, sir. And so thank you all for look forward into the future also. Thanking you all and wishing all the success for this international webinar. Thank you.
So sincere thanks to you also, Soumya Mukherjee, for your very actually heartfelt or hearty vote of thanks to this. Each and every member of this inaugural session, how you are also working actually hand in hand with the organizing committee members and our secretary, Professor Lama. We know it well. So thank you, Soumya Mukherjee, and thanks to all the actually dignitaries who are present in the inaugural session. Thanks to C.A. Ravi Kumar Ji sir, actually for your kind presence as well as stimulating address. So now the inaugural session is over, and without wasting any time, okay, we now start the second stage session, that means the plenary session. And there I will have no duty. I will just hand over the microphone to the chairman of this plenary session, Professor Uttam Datta. Professor Uttam Datta, he has already been introduced by our earlier members, the organizing committee members, and also the thank giver. So now I hand over the microphone to conduct the plenary session in his own way. Professor Uttam Datta.
Yeah. So should I continue?
Yes, you start.
Yeah.
Sir, Madhumita will introduce, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Madhumita, you introduce. Madhumita,
Good
you
morning,
introduce.
sir. Yes, sir. Good morning,
Mm.
sir. Good morning, all the respected teachers, professors, all guests who are there today to attend this wonderful session. And I welcome you all to the plenary session. Sir Uttam Datta, sir, I'll be introducing him. Today's plenary session will be chaired by Professor Dr. Uttam Datta, and he will be followed by Dr. Swati Chakraborty ma'am, and Professor Dr. Uttam Kumar Datta. He's been a former professor, Department of Commerce and Management, West Bengal State University of Barashat, and he's presently a professor in School of Professional Studies, Netaji Subhash Open University, and Honorable Vice President of our society, Kolkata Bidhannagar Society for Academic Advancement, sir. Sir, I'll be handing over the dais to you so that, and I'll be introducing ma'am once your session ends. And thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Professor Doctor, thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning to all. Before inviting Swati Chakraborty, I start with the words, strength grows when we dare. Unity grows when we pair. Love grows when we share. And relation grows when we care. Live in peace, not in pieces. So with these few words, I'm starting the technical session. And because this is the first international webinar organized by Kolkata Bidhannagar Society Academic Advancement. So I will request Professor Swati Chakraborty. Swati Chakraborty, she is Associate Professor, Royal Thimphu College. She will discuss on corporate governance in Bhutan. So all of you know that corporate governance is nothing but a set of rules, transparent and best practices that lead the company to align in the best interest of all stakeholders. In the best interest of all stakeholders. And I always believe that corporate governance should satisfy certain important principles, because CA Robi Patwa, he has mentioned in his lecture that to get sustainability in corporate governance, 3 P's will be there. 3 P's, profit, people, and planet. I think another P will be added, that is purpose, spirituality, morality, to get success. Success leads to sustainability. So if you want to get sustainability in corporate governance practices, it is obvious that 4 P's will be essential in today's perspective, because corporate governance satisfies one important principle, is ethics, transparency. So I will not take much more time. I request Swati Chakraborty to deliver a lecture, and I'm sure that we'll be enriched by her deliberations and will be able to know something new regarding the corporate governance practices in Bhutan, which is, I think, quite different from Indian corporate governance practices. Swati Chakraborty.
Good morning
Ma'am,
to yes.
Ma'am,
Yes.
good morning, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful, those wonderful words. Ma'am has been part of the Royal Thimphu College, Bhutan, Department of Business. She's an associate professor there, and she stopped the examination of her BSc in economics and an MSc in economics with specialization in international economics from Calcutta University. She also holds an MBA with a specialization in operational management from IGNOU and a graduate in diploma in operational research and a PhD in quality assurance management from Calcutta University. In addition, she is also pursuing a postdoctoral program. She has 22 years of experience in industry and academics, and she has served as a project research assistant with Carr and Associates for 7 years. And she is the author of 8 books and 4 edited books. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you so much for being a part of this webinar today.
Thank you for that introduction. And thank you for good morning to all the dignitaries. And from in Bhutan, when we greet any person, we say Kuzuzampo. So Kuzuzampo from Bhutan, and very good morning. So it's as already introduced by Professor Uttam sir about the topic corporate governance. Yes, it's a burning topic in Bhutan. It's there in every country. But in Bhutan it's a new area, and it's a burning topic because there are a lot of changes coming up here. Bhutan, it's land of happiness. It's a small country. Small country means it's about 1.17% the size of India. It's a very small country. And if you think of the population size, it's a little less than 8 lakhs. 8 lakhs, which is 1.3 billion less than Bhutan, than India. So it's very small, and but it's a very peaceful country, and we say it's a land of happiness, and where we have the concept of GNH, gross national happiness, being introduced in the year 1972 by our 4th king. And so one of the domains of GNH is corporate governance. And for everyone's information, here when we talk about economic development, development of a nation, we emphasize on economic development. But in Bhutan, we do not talk of economic development as a concept. We talk of GNH. GNH encompasses economic development, psychological well-being, ethics. We talk of education. So it's all-round development. So it's not just profit, but also the all-round development and well-being of people. And one such domain out of the 9 domains of GNH, one such domain is corporate governance or governance structure of the nation. So with this, I would like to start my presentation. Madhumita, if you could please put on the slides. I'm sorry, we have a net. We have a net issue, and I'm also in between classes. So I'm in between classes. So I just had sent that presentation to you.
Ma'am, could you just let me know if it's visible or not on the screen?
Yes, it is. It is. So
okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes. Right. So yeah, next slide, please.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute, ma'am.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, ma'am. Is it visible now, ma'am?
Yes, it is. It is visible. Yes.
Thank you.
So yeah, I mean, when we talk of Bhutan, as I said, Bhutan is it's very small country, and it's why they have very few number of companies, and most of it being public companies. And if I could actually tell them right at this moment, there are only 14,000 private establishments in Bhutan, entire country. We have 19 public companies and 27,982 licensed cottage and small scale enterprises. It's very small. It's growing, which is why the concept of corporate governance is new as compared to other nations. And like corporate governance, it started like we had our the Companies Act that came up was in the year 2000. That's when we had the first Companies Act of the country. So a little before I actually go into it, like how I would actually go about with it is I'll just give a brief background of the situation that is there in Bhutan with regards to the transparency, with regards to the legal formalities up there, and what was the present, what was in the Companies Act earlier, which spoke about based on mainly on the area of corporate governance, why changes have come about, and what is the present situation, why we didn't have certain issues, certain concepts being introduced in the Companies Act of 2000. So when we talk of Bhutan, if we look into, it's a place where it's a place for everyone to come and invest. It's a very politically stable country because it's a monarchical democracy. We have stability, and I'm very quite fortunate. I came to Bhutan in the year 2011, so it's my 12th year in Bhutan. I'm my 12th, and it's peaceful. It's safe, and there's no distinction between the nationals as well and the expats. We get the same privilege where the safety is concerned if we have any issues. So it's a very peaceful place to for MNCs to come and work here. But the problem and also with regards to when we talk of corruption rate in Bhutan is much lesser. It's as compared to other nations. So if we look into, there's a index which talks about Transparency International Index, which rates Bhutan 5.7 out of 10, which means that 5.7 means it's one of the highest. It's one of the highest in Asia and the developing world, which means it's very peaceful. Very transparency. Its rate is much higher. And it's mandatory. You have to do it. Because we have a monarchical democracy, and where people in Bhutan, they would listen to what His Majesty has to say. The rules and regulations are very strict. If an individual or an organization, if they violate, there are strict actions being taken, and the judicial system doesn't even look into who the person is. So it's very strict up there. So with regards to the stability, yes, it's a stable country. With regards to opportunity, there are a lot of opportunities, but the problem that comes up is where there is lack of capital. Funds is a problem, and the governance structure has not been developed initially to that extent. That was the main thing. And with regards to how easy is it to start your business and operate, it's very difficult. That's where the difficulty comes there. So ranking wise, it's 143 out of 184 countries. Reason being, there are a lot of formalities. It's very rigid. To start a business, there are different steps, and 8 different steps that is there for every single step that an organization has to undertake before they start their business. They have to take permission from all the relevant departments. So it's 8 times you have to go to the same department. If you're lucky to get your approval at one go, then 8 different times. So that formality is that's where the thing comes up. It's the formalities are quite complicated. It's let's say the bureaucracy, the degree of bureaucracy is quite high here. Why? Could be because one, it's a small country, and Bhutan is very protective of the society. So they are very, very rigid with this. So because Bhutan strives or gives importance to the environment, so they are very, very particular with what is happening. Is the business really not whether it's going to harm the environment, whether it's going to benefit the society? So they are very, very careful, extra careful. So the degree of bureaucracy in Bhutan when you start a business is very, very high, which is sometimes a challenge for the MNCs. There's a huge market opportunity, but MNCs do want to come. But because of the degree of bureaucracy, that's why very few MNCs are coming to the country. And I'll just cite an example that happened in my initial days here in Bhutan. When I was returning home for my vacation, I met a lady who in the airport, and then I was just interacting, and then she said that she was from Australia. She had come to Bhutan to set up an educational an academic institution, because she said that there are a lot of opportunities there. But She said that, I had wasted, but she was here for 8 months. I said, 8 months was here, nothing happened. A lot of money has been spent, so I am not happy, so I'm returning. So that's the level of bureaucracy that we have. It's not easy. It's not easy to start. So that's the challenge which the country faces. So which is why when we talk of scarcity of capital, that's where it comes up. If you don't have your MNCs coming in, how can we have the foreign reserves coming into the nation? So that's where the problem comes up. That's where the challenge comes up. So yeah. So what happens up here is, can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. So because of
Now
this,
is it visible?
yes, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
visible. Okay.
Yes. So that's why corporate governance improving the corporate governance structure has been given more importance, that how to improve it. And problem is because for us, when we, like all of us, we know that when we have a good corporate governance structure of the nation, that actually helps in bringing stability in a market. It helps in bringing stability. It helps in the increasing the economic value of the firms. It increases in the productivity. It also decreases. There's a less chance. The degree of risk declines with regards to financial failures. So, and for Bhutan, the challenges was to come up with a code which would, on one hand, take care of all their stakeholders, but at the same time also preserving the concept of GNH. Now, GNH, when we say when I've been talking about that there are 9 domains, I'll just tell you what the 9 domains are so that it becomes easier for everyone to understand. So the 9 domains is, one is the psychological well-being of a person. Second comes health. Third is education. Fourth is time use, how effectively you can use your time. Fifth talks of cultural diversity and resilience, which is why what I was talking of, even for an expat who's here for 11th, 12th year, there's no problem. We are accepted here. And the 6th domain is governance, having a good governance. 7th talks about community vitality. 8th talks about the ecological preservation, and the 9th talks about the living standards. So on one hand, when you talk of profit, then take care of stakeholders means profit comes into play. But parallelly also looking after the welfare, the well-being of the society. So Bhutan doesn't use the concept of economic development. They use the concept of, instead of that, they use the concept of GNH, which encompasses all of this. It's a much broader concept as compared to economic development. So that's the big challenge, that both there should be a balance. So which is the reason why we have so less MNCs coming and working in the country, because of these rigidities that we have. So that was the purpose for developing the coming up with the corporate governance code. So, but when it was first, the Companies Act of 2000, when it came up, like it was 1989 when it was first came, but then it was very simple, but didn't have all these all these complexities, was not there because development in Bhutan was quite late. So then there was no need for all this, like it was quite simple. But later on, when we started in the late 90s is when we had internet coming into the country. So it was quite late development for Bhutan. So that's when there was a revision coming up for the Companies Act. So we had Companies Act of 2000. It was the new Companies Act came up. So it was looking up for the thing that came up at that time was to have a code which would base on comply or punish with regards to where we talk of board of directors. Comply or punish means that it's just as it's written. Board of directors have to abide by the rules and regulations that is set there in the Companies Act. If not, they have to bear the consequences. There are severe actions taken. The judicial system in Bhutan is very, very strict. So, but the problem that was coming up, like, yes, we can go with papers that if this is not right, there are consequences, but there are cases where you cannot just follow the law as it is. There are some exceptions. So where you need to go case by case, as we say, but there was no scope for it. That was the problem that was coming up. And so there was, and basically what was happening. So if you go to the next slide, please, Nimita. Next, please. Next. Yes, thank you. So when we had the Companies Act of 2000, so what was there? In 2000, there it was reframed. It was, but there were gaps in the law and the overall legal framework. The framework was, it had something else, and the legal system was something, and there was no law actually focusing on the capital markets, like how to go about. And I don't know whether it'll be quite strange or to when I tell this, that there are no you don't have any mutual funds investment in Bhutan. The concept is not there. The secondary market in Bhutan is very, very small. It's just at the nascent stage. We don't have it. We don't have it. And when I had that talk with the former deputy governor of RMA, that's the Reserve Bank of Bhutan, Royal Monetary Authority, so he had to say that it's because because Bhutan's monetary policy is linked with India. So they look up to India and said that if it's your country, it's such big, and there is such a lot of black market happening. So ours is a small country. It's a high chance we can have that. It's high. It's more possible. The possibility is higher, which is why the secondary markets or share markets had not opened up. There's no the concept of mutual funds was not there. It's still not there. Bhutan National Bank had been thinking or planning about it to open up the mutual funds division, but it did not work out because of all these. Again, as I said, the formalities, the rigidities, the pros and cons all coming up, and so Bhutan takes things, it goes very slowly here. When a decision is made, it doesn't come up so fast. So because of all these factors, so that was there. There was no laws concerning about the capital market. There was no specific code for corporate governance, and also with regards to how to regarding the governing of the market for corporate control. It was nothing. It was not there, though it was based on. In Bhutan's Companies Act was based on India's Companies Act, the basic structure, but these things were not there. So but the judicial system in Bhutan, if you can go to the next slide, please. So the judicial system of Bhutan, what does it say is, it'll go as per what it is written in the law, in the Companies Act. It doesn't, if you abide by it, no, the law will not interfere. But if you do not, then that's the problem comes up. And also when there are certain clauses where it's not clearly explained, there are some ambiguity which is there. So in that case, the judicial system just goes by what is written in the document. It doesn't go beyond it. So that was the thing which was there in Companies Act of 2000, which is why there had been a lot of experts who have been questioning, and there was a need to actually change to come up with the current Companies Act, which is Companies Act of 2016 that we are following now. So this is if you see on the presentation slides, that's where these recommendations that we say, these were the flaws. One was with regards to the appointment of directors, that is independent directors. Independent directors, there were no independent directors at that time. Why? So the question that came up, the critics had been questioning, saying that why no independent directors? Bhutan is a small country, but is it that small that we do not have qualified persons who can be considered as independent directors? Where there are very few. Why? Well, it should be in majority, because it's a non-executive directors who are the custodians of the governance structure of an organization. It was not there. We had mostly executive directors. And I'll just cite an example, an incident that happened. Like some of my students had been doing their research work on corporate governance of DHI. That is, so when they had gone there and spoke, when they started interviewing some of the non-executive directors about the company, so they said that we don't know anything what has happened. You go to the head office, corporate office, and ask the executive directors. So this has been the situation. So it's totally dominated by the executive directors, and the non-executive directors were in minority and hardly they knew what was happening. And so, like, in the meetings, when DHI meetings were annual meetings was happen, they used to happen like when they entered the boardroom. Before that, they had been given a manual which is 250 pages, and it was expected that they would read it and give decisions on that, discuss, which is not possible. So they have to bank on the CEO, because they've been kept in dark, the outside directors. So that had been the situation. So why no independent directors? If you personally, then nobody asked, nobody knows exactly what's the reason. But if you personally ask me why, because it's a concept of corporate governance is new in Bhutan, it's growing, and at that time there was it was quite simple, and there was the country didn't feel the need for it. They felt that, okay, the executive directors are directors, like they would take care. So there was no need for actually categorizing. That was the initial state. It had been very simple. But today what has come up is that need has been felt, because there are a lot, and the number of financial scams that was in Bhutan, like it wasn't there hardly. Because in Bhutan, one definitely is, but in Bhutan, you hardly get to know what is happening. The media is not as powerful as we think when we talk of India, that anything happens and we get to know. It had not been that powerful. Media people could not say any, even if they knew, they were not able to say it. It was monitored. But today what has happened is, like, since the case of RICBL, that is that's the insurance company, then one after the other we had financial scams coming up. And today, if you open the media, the power of media has changed. Today, if you open up the newspaper, we will see every 1 or 2 days later that there are some problems. Some financial scams is there. Some failure of corporate governance is coming up. So now we get to know about it. So that's where the need for independent directors is coming up. Need to have powerful independent directors, need to have more non-executive directors. So that has been there. And yes, in the revised Companies Act of 2016, this has been incorporated, and where it has been also mandated that at least 1/3 of the board of directors should be non-executive, should be independent directors. At least 3 non-executive directors, of which 2 should not have any connection with the company, and the only insider in the board should be the CEO. That's what it should be as per the OECD guidelines, and that's what Bhutan has also incorporated in their the latest Companies Act. So that's where it comes up. That was the problem. The second thing that comes up is with regards to the directors' roles. Now, directors' roles, when it were directors' duties, as per the Companies Act of 2000, said that directors should be honest and do their job, and they were not held responsible if there was any problem in the company, if the company violates their laws. So that they just left there. And but the thing is, at this point they also neglected the concept of the fiduciary duties, that is duty of care, duty of loyalty was not there. So you're appointed as a director, you just do your job properly, be ethical, and that's it. Rest you don't have to worry. But it is something where the directors have to take into consideration the legal duties is a must. We know that for any country, as long as the companies are abiding by the legal duties, or the fiduciary duties, the judicial system will not get involved into it. When the company is violating the fiduciary duties, that's when the judicial system gets involved. So that concept was not there, but today it has come up. Duty of care, where it means giving more power to the directors to act independently before making judgment. Like our CEO is giving reports on how the organization is working, but before making judgment, the directors have to do an independent inquiry, and then come and look into the various aspects, from all the aspects, and act as a neutral person and give that judgment. So that's where duty of care comes up. And duty of loyalty is like if a director is sitting on multiple boards where there is conflict of interest, like both the companies are going in the same business and they're trying to get the same project, so they have to step down from at least one of the board of one of the companies. It was not there because here in Bhutan we had that a person who's sitting on the board. They were sitting on multiple boards and which are in the same business. So that was coming up. So now it's made as part of the Companies Act of 2016 that you cannot sit on the board of companies which are having some conflict of interest, which is again as per what the OECD principles of corporate governance says so. So that's the second change that has come about. The second thing, Madhumita, can you please change the slides, please? Okay. Third comes up is with regards to the shareholders. Like shareholders in Bhutan, like a majority of the major shareholders are from the government, from the royal family, and where nobody can question. So minor shareholders were never given importance. They hardly knew what is happening. So that is something which was not there. But today what has come up, and which is why the concept of shareholder activism in Bhutan is not there. It's a very new concept. There's no one to protest if things go wrong in the company. So that is again where the emphasis was given that you need to have non-executive directors. Non-executive directors can hold shares. So they are outsiders. They are the protector of the governance structure of the company, and they are out, but they can hold shares. So if they are holding shares, they can voice out their opinion. So that's where, again, that's another reason why we should have non-executive directors coming up. And today it is there. It's 2016. The Companies Act 2016 does talk of giving equal importance to all the shareholders, all types, whether it's major or minor or even foreign shareholders. If we have foreign shareholders, so it has to be there. So that's where it comes up. The fourth thing, that is the fourth major area that was the problem, was with regards to disclosure. 2000 Companies Act 2000 did not have anything on the concept of disclosure policy. So it was not mandatory for any companies to have disclosure policy for their institution. So hardly things were disclosed. It was not there. So that was the problem coming up, and which is why, like, nobody knew about it. The minor shareholders never got to know what was happening. The public never got to know. And here the other thing is, anything when you have the royal family involved up there, nobody questions. That trust is there. Nobody will question here. Unlike in a democratic nation where people do question, we are allowed to question. So nobody questions up here. So it was not there. Nobody knew about it. But then the thing is coming up, like so many financial scams are coming up. So there was a need for it, that the documents have to be disclosed. The relevant documents have to be disclosed to the relevant stakeholders at the right time. So today, Companies Act of 2016 does talk about disclosure policy, and it is mandatory to have a disclosure policy now for the companies. It is really, it's mandatory. Next slide, please. Okay, so that's as per the, but as you can see, like it took 13 years for the country to really feel the need for it, and it was only in 2013 that the Companies Act of 2016, the draft was being made. So it takes time. As I said right in the beginning, it took 13 years to really take this initiative, and it was funded by ADB, that is Asian Development Bank, was there. And that was the time when we had the finance ministry coming up, the tax department, the Ministry of Economic Affairs, and the Royal Securities Exchange of Bhutan. That's a stock market, the Securities and Exchange Commission of Bhutan, that's RSAB. So they were up there to discuss and come up. And the three main areas that they focused on, as I was discussing, is one, definitely with the board members, their roles. Second comes up with the shareholders. And third comes up with the code of conduct. That is where we have the ethics coming into play, the disclosure, the policies, all these policies were coming up. So when we actually look into it, like if you go to the next slide, please. Okay. So what Bhutan has been trying to do is they were trying to follow this comply or else policy, but The problem was that it is not which can be, if it, on one hand there was pressure to come up like follow the OECD principles, which is a standard code, which is from where we have the standard codes of corporate governance. But on the other hand, they were talking about comply or else or punish. So that was the challenge which was coming up. But the other, why they have changed to and trying to follow OECD principles of corporate governance is also because this is something unique in Bhutan. Every country has a Companies Act, which every of their own country and of the nation and every organization has to follow it. But for Bhutan, we have Companies Act of the country, but parallelly we also have DHI, Druk Holdings and Investment. So they have their own corporate governance code. It's separate, which is in line with OECD principles. So that's where the challenge came up. And that's the reason why today we have the Companies Act of 2016 of Bhutan following the OECD principles. So it cannot happen that in a country that one organization is having their own codes, which is following the international codes of corporate governance, and on the other hand, it's something else. So that was also the pressure which was coming up. So broadly, like in 2016 of Companies Act of Bhutan, some of the broad areas that has been included, if you take some of the specific areas, if we take into the three broad areas that we've been talking of, one was with regards to the disclosure. Like if there is any conflict of interest between directors and shareholders, that needs to be disclosed with regards to any transactions happening. Today, that has to be disclosed. That's mandatory. So all the shares that has to be traded has to be done through the RSCB. So public companies, like it's every public corporations needs to get themselves enlisted with the SEC, which was not there. Now it's mandatory. If you have to float your shares, you have to get yourself registered through the RSCB. And today, even the private companies are getting themselves registered in the RSCB to float shares. Shares are being floated now, but on a smaller scale. They're going very slowly. Also, with regards to when we have the annual general meetings of the companies happening, shareholders have the right to question, to challenge the directors. Today, they have it. They can attend the general meetings and they can have the right to challenge. So when we also talk about the compensation given to the executives, there was the compensation policy had never been revealed or discussed with the shareholders, but we know it needs to be also, the shareholders need to take into consideration how to go about with it. So today shareholders have the right to approve compensation of the top executives. They have it. And for any major transactions that happens in a company, shareholders approval is must. That is there. Now, with regards to insider trading, it's coming up. Insider trading, as we all know, like when if the company plans to float some shares, and the people who are working there, if they are aware of it, they start buying it before. And so what happens? Artificially, the price goes up. Demand is created, price goes up. So it results in a bubble burst. So insider trading today is prohibited with severe consequences. We did have cases, so it's coming up. So making the board of the directors more accountable by saying that the board of directors have to check all the financial statements, the books of account, before it gets published, and it needs to be authenticated or signed by one of the senior executive. It has to be there, just as OECD principle says, because we have a lot of financial scams happening, so it has to be there today. So that's the other thing. And increasing, as I said, increasing the number of board of directors, at least 1/3 should be there, and powerful independent directors, it has to be there. Non-executive directors should be there in majority, who should be governing, who should be actually taking a vital role there, and making them responsible for their work, which also talks about the nomination of directors, their votings, how they are selected. So shareholders' approval is needed. It's needed. Like, it's quite these are things which should be there, we all know, but it was not happening. Why it's new for Bhutan? Because it was not happening. Today, shareholders' approval is needed for when they go for the voting. It's mandatory. So these are some of the areas where which has been included in the new Companies Act of Bhutan. and where which is it's something new. It's new. It's not, if you talk about, if we just compare to India, it's not new. But for Bhutan, these are something really new. And these are the changes that has come up. And since 2016, we've been following this, and which has resulted in more number of financial scams coming up now. Financial scams. Last year, we had a case wherein one of the leading banks of Bhutan, Bhutan National Bank, they had employed around 13 employees without checking their background, and they did not check their the academic transcripts. And then when the Royal Audit Authority was doing an audit, and so it was found that these were fake. And so when they were actually questioned, the executives had to say that they did not get time. So that's, we have these cases going on. Cases are going, and this case is going on. So, but the thing was, like, because when I talked to some of my students, who my in-service students, we have in Bhutan, we have in RTC so evening classes also, where these are the students who are working and doing their, also completing their core studies. So one of my students, who's an executive up there in the bank, said, "Ma'am, I don't want to talk in the class. It's quite controversial. You can understand what it is." So, but there are investigations that have been going on. So because of all these things coming up, so it's become easier now to, we get to know, and more legal steps are being taken. So that's what we have, like, that's what I have to say, and hoping like it's going in the right direction. So hopefully things would be much more better. So yes, that's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Chakraborty, for enriching us by your thought-provoking and very lucid way lecture. Really, we have enlightened. You have enlightened us, and it is a new area of research, I think.
Right, sir.
Yeah.
Right, sir.
It is very surprising and very interesting also that weak corporate governance frameworks reduce investors' confidence and can discourage outside investors. You have mentioned, very rightly you have mentioned.
Right, sir.
I'm very surprised that in Bhutan there are gaps in the law and the overall legal framework.
Yes, sir.
There is no law on capital market, no code of corporate governance, and even no law governing the market for corporate control.
Right, sir.
But one interesting feature is that you have mentioned in your lecture, that corruption rate in Bhutan is very low.
Yes, sir. Yes.
This is a good sign for
Right.
a country. And Bhutan, since majority of the shareholders are coming from royal family, I think they are giving more emphasis on honesty and ethical part.
Exactly, sir. Exactly.
Yeah, since they are giving more emphasis on honesty and ethical part, I think it is a good sign, because one of the important principles of corporate governance is ethical requirement.
Right.
And if you give emphasis on ethical requirement, I think you are giving emphasis on the purpose. I have mentioned purpose. The purpose is to put honesty. The purpose is to maintain ethical requirements. It is a good sign. But I think this is a new area of research, and our new young researchers, I think, they have enriched by the lecture of Professor Sati Chakraborty. Really, you do research and you will get new input from the research. Thank you, Professor Chakraborty.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank
you to all the organizers, and especially a big thank you to Pema sir for taking this initiative, sir. It has been possible because of your hard work and the entire team led by you. So thank you so much, sir.
Pema and his entire team is a very dynamic there.
Right, sir. Right, sir.
Okay, Chairman,
so
sir. Chairman, sir, one or two points of observation. Okay. Actually, Professor Chakraborty, Sati Chakraborty, my very humble observation and suggestion, you may say, you may put it to your, if any opportunity you get to your authority, to the company's authority, to the your royal family, etc., that let there be less law in this way. let there be less development. Because more we are developed,
Yes, sir.
more we are less happy. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You
Yes, sir.
perhaps know that the happiness index in USA is very low. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You know, as our country is developing, we are claiming that our country is developing. As our country, India, is developing, more it is being developed, more
Right, sir.
actually less happy it is becoming. Happiness
Right.
index is gradually coming down.
Right, sir.
So if it is to actually borrow the code of conduct, borrow the rules and regulation from any country,
Right,
request
sir.
them to borrow it from Scandinavian country, not from the USA or UK. You know,
Right,
the
sir.
Scandinavian countries, the Denmark, very developed. How it has been
Right.
developed, but it is very happy. Okay, that the 10 countries which are at the top for a number of years, so far as the happiness index is concerned, 6 or 7 are the Scandinavian countries. Finland is always at the top, perhaps you know. So if your country, which actually puts emphasis on GHI, your gross happiness index, so if it is to borrow your code, corporate governance code, you request them to borrow it from the Scandinavian countries. Okay.
Right, sir.
And development, it should be very slow. Actually, if we want to develop all, that means inclusive growth, then surely it will be slow. Okay,
Right, sir.
we are getting
Right, sir.
fast development because we are not inclusive. Okay,
Right, sir. Right, sir.
actually, those who can, if we take the help of them only, then your development will be faster.
Right.
But if
Right, sir.
those cannot, if you try to include them, quite naturally your development will be slow, but that will be inclusive growth. So let the development be slow, but your country remain happy as it is now. So this is my
Right, sir.
observation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Yes, sir.
Chairman Uttam sir, with your permission, can I make 1 or 2 points?
Yeah.
Swati ma'am, thank you so much for your excellent presentation. Actually, I have done my PhD on corporate governance. Corporate governance in Indian banking sector. So corporate governance is very close to my heart. So ma'am, you have said that in Bhutan, capital market is less developed. There is no concept of mutual fund. So how investors or common people, retail investors, they are earning their returns? What are the instruments available over there?
Investors, I mean, are you talking of the share markets?
No, I'm saying that, say, suppose individual household, if I have to go for, a earning return, whether I will confine only to bank and small saving schemes.
Exactly, sir. That's what is happening. Like it's a banks and the small savings. That's the area. Share market has just started, sir. It's a very new concept. So it's not there, and that's what I was saying, that because they have been looking to India, and because the thing is, our monetary policy is Bhutan does not have a separate monetary policy. It's linked or pegged in with the Indian monetary policy. So they look in there, and because they've been seeing, like, there are so many financial scams that happens in India. It's quite like it's growing every day. We hear about it. So Bhutan has been very skeptical about it. That's why they did not go in for the mutual funds, though they wanted to. It was but it did not happen. Even the capital market, like it didn't work. It was operating on a very minor scale, and that too, those shares were held by the royal family, the government. That was
Mostly, Sujoy, mostly shareholders there are from royal family. Okay.
Yes.
So common people actually, you are correct that if there is some excess money to save, they are doing it in banks and post office, etc. If they have, and mostly they actually they earn from your agriculture or something like that, or the small businesses. But if there is some excess money, they are doing it. They are keeping it in banks or post office, etc. Not in the share market.
Exactly, and since majority of the shareholders are coming from royal family,
yes,
the current law, that is Shati Chakraborty, she has mentioned, that is Companies Act 2016,
2016, sir. Right now it's 2016.
Right.
Yeah.
Even the current law does not make directors liable for any offense or breach of the company. So everything is coming from the loyal family. What loyal family thinks, the entire economic situation will go according to them.
Actually, so long the royal family, in case of the monarchy, it is the fact that if your kings are good, then your country will remain good.
Exactly.
And this is happening in Bhutan. So long the kings will remain honest, the country will move in this way. But when the different thing will come up, and then our democratical anarchy, as you see in our country, this will come in. Okay. Thank you.
And actually, sir, if you're Dipti sir, what you have been saying, that's right, because we have been very fortunate to have very good leadership. Our kings have been really good
we know
leaders.
it. We know it.
Yes.
Actually, one of your king actually came to our university to have your doctoral degree in our Calcutta University. We know it. Very good person, and so long this is so, actually the country will go on in this way.
And
So
the other thing was because we had total monarchy, and then after the debacle of the monarchical system in Nepal, so that was the time. That was a time when the king
that is why
actually
there is
started
no
the
anarchy.
democracy.
Actually, we should not actually blame our own country. But one example, who are the audience here, you go to Phunsoling. Okay, you go to Phunsoling, there is one gate. Okay.
Yes.
And our secretary, our Pema Lama, actually his residence is very near to that. The Phunsoling, I have seen it. There is one gate. This side is West Bengal, our India. That side Phunsoling, your Bhutan. You will get this striking difference.
Right,
so
sir.
So clean the Phunsoling is. We should not blame our actually own country. But here, if you have to cross the gate, there is Joygaon. There is Joygaon, our country, our one village. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sati Chakraborty. Thank you. Very nice. Nicely you have mentioned. Now it is the duty of Madhumita. Madhumita.
Yes, sir, I'm there. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that wonderful session. We all really enjoyed it. And thank you so much. It was really informative. We learned a lot of things. I am sure all the students who are there, us researchers, we have really been enlightened with your session, ma'am. I now take this opportunity to close this session. The plenary session is over. Thank you again, all the professors, all the teachers, everybody who's been part of this session. And I now request all those who are there in the Google Meet to kindly leave this link and join the technical session 1, which will be conducted by Lopamudra ma'am. Please leave this link and join that link. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you everybody again for being
Thanks
thank
to all of you.
Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You are on time. You are on time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So we are leaving. Actually, Professor Lama, have you given the link of this actually technical sessions to us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we will join later on. Not
otherwise, I will share it in your WhatsApp, sir.
Okay. If I actually always I may not be there, but I will listen. Some papers I will try to do.
So now I am leaving.
Yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Uttam. Okay. Subhamay is there. Subhamay. Actually, Subhayan is there.
না সুবাইন স্যার লেফট করেছেন
আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে ওকে ঠিক আছে ওকে থ্যাংক ইউ we are leaving you start your next session and you are on time. Thank you
sir. Thank you. Please leave this group.
Ms. Bhattacharya, are you ready?
Yes, sir, I'm ready. Shall I start?
And Shammabhadra sir is here? Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay. Now you start, Ms. Bhattacharya.
Okay, sir. After the very enlightening inaugural session and our chairperson for the first technical session, that is Dr. Shyamabroto Das. Dr. Shyamabroto Das, an associate professor of commerce, is an MCom, ACMA, PhD. He has teaching experience of nearly 2 decades. He was awarded PhD in commerce by the University of Calcutta in 2014. Dr. Das is a qualified cost and management accountant and an associate member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. His academic and research contributions include publications of more than 60 research papers in renowned journals, books, and conference proceedings. This apart, he has presented more than 35 papers in different national and international conferences and seminars. He is presently working at New Alipur College, Kolkata, as an associate professor of commerce. He is also a guest faculty in the Department of Commerce in the University of Calcutta. At present, 2 students are pursuing PhD under him, under the Department of Commerce in the University of Calcutta. So I take the special privilege to welcome Sir to our first technical session, and I would request him to please say a few words. Over to you, sir. Sir, please unmute yourself. You are not audible.
Okay, I think I am audible right now.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. And first of all, I would like to thank Lopamudra ma'am for my introduction and welcome to the technical session 1 of the first international webinar on social science research organized by KBSAA jointly with EIRC of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I would like to offer my sincere thanks to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to chair the session. And special thanks should go to Professor Pema Lama for his tireless effort in organizing this kind of international webinar. Then a few words for the paper presenters. There will be time restriction, as you know. Each paper presenter will have 8 minutes for their presentation. Try to keep yourself confined to the areas like objectives of the study, methodology, findings, and conclusion. And please maintain that time schedule. You should complete that, otherwise others will be disturbed. And I think you should follow this well. And I should now request Coordinator Lopamudra ma'am to request first presenter to present his paper.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. Our first paper presenter for the first technical session is Shayok Mitro. I would request Shayok to please start his presentation. Over to you, Shayok.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Just a minute, I'm presenting my PPT. Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Good afternoon to all the respected chief guests, organizing committee members, and all the other members of KBSSA and EIRC, KBSSA and EIRC of ICAI. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the organizing committee members for giving me this opportunity to present my paper in this esteemed international webinar. My topic for this paper is farm-specific capital structure determinants and financial performance of infrastructural finance companies in India, a panel regression analysis. This is the backdrop of my study. Infrastructure finance development is a complex nature of financing as it involves an ample amount of investment and deferred decision period methodical delays, and all. Weightage of these sources of funds in collective manner has significant impact on firm's value and its risk return profile. My research gap and the study objectives are, as per the present scenario, the transport, energy, water sanitation, communication, and social commercial infrastructural sectors highly need for long-term funds at flexible rate of interest for infrastructural establishment, which is offered by these IFC and BFC companies. On successive review of the past literature, most of the studies are found either on large manufacturing service companies and popular commercial banks and financial institutions. Hence, a relevant research question can be formed: how these IFC, NBFC companies, that is infrastructural non-banking financial companies, will construct their capital structure that will enable them to generate a considerable amount of profit and a better rate of return to the investors. Hence, I have formed 3 study objectives to identify the capital sector decisions of RBI-listed IFC and NBFCs, to analyze the effect of different measures of companies' capital sector decision on IFC and NBFC's financial performance, to observe the effect of panel data in these regression models. These are my 3 measures of financial performance which has been taken. First measure is ROC, return on capital employed. It is the all investors, that is including owners and the external investors total return. Owners return is return on equity, and the market performance measure is taken EPS. These are my 5 determinants of capital structure which has been taken. First one is equity ratio, second one is debt ratio, leverage ratio, third one, fourth one is size, and the fifth one is earning risk. That is the proxy of the standard deviation of the interest income. This is the hypothesis I have formulated for my study. Hypothesis 1 is taken based on the first objective of my study, that is to identify the capital structure decision of the RBI listed NBFCs. This is hypothesis. Null hypothesis 1 is various sources of fund have equal weightage on firm's capital structure decision, and alternative is doesn't have equal weightage. Hypothesis 2 is there is no effect of ROC, ROE or EPS due to change in capital structure decision. There is an effect of ROC due to capital structure decision. Is the alternative hypothesis has been taken. These are the multiple regression models, fixed effect models, and random event models which has been formed to interpret our study results. This is the data and methodology. This is primarily based on secondary data. The data period is taken from 2012 to 2021 of these 10 years, and total 11 companies has been finally selected after several screening, which has fulfilled the criteria of asset size over 100 crore as on 31st 2020. So the total observation is 11 cross-section companies and 10 study period, that is total observation is 110. These are the empirical tool has been used in this study: one-way ANOVA to identify the capital size decisions, unit root test, that is to check the stationarity of the data set, two-way ANOVA, panel regression analysis, correlated house band test, and cow parent co-integration test to observe the long-term deterministic trend among the variables. These are the finding and observation of this study. As per the objective 1, the identification of the capital size decisions, the value of F statistics of my first hypothesis, that is various sources of capital structure has equal weightage or not. It is significant at 1% level. So we can conclude that all the sources of fund, that is owners fund and debt fund, does not have equal weightage on capital structure, as well as the mean value of debt ratio, which is higher than that of equity ratio, indicates towards the same, that is more weightage of debt fund is evident in the capital structure of IFC companies. The objective 2 is effect of capital structure determinants of financial performance. The panel unit root test confirmed that all the variables are significant at least at first difference and at 1% level. Hence, the data set is free from unit root. The coefficient value of equity ratio and debt ratio is found positively correlated with all the 3 models: ROCE, ROE, and EPS. Conversely, a consistent negative relationship is observed among leverage ratio, that is the debt by equity ratio, and all the three dependent with all these three model, it is all consistently a negative relationship is observed. So initially, so the conclusion or observation can be interpreted like this. Initially, with respect to increase the total investment by investing the owner's fund and by investing the debt fund, it will generate high amount of return to investors as well as the market value of the firm. However, constant deployment of the external fund beyond a certain extent, that will simultaneously enhance the solvency risk as well, that eventually declines the return and the market value of the firm. Henceforth, after a certain point of time, to mitigate this associated default risk, instead the companies are compelled to use their own or internal funds to finance their investment. Furthermore, a positive relation is also observed among the earning risk, that is the standard deviation of the operating profit with the capital structure division. It shows that there is a unstable rate of return or unstable profit of the firm, therefore they are running out of own fund. Okay, and they has very little scope to accessible in the capital market, that is mainly the owner's fund is generated out of their own reserve. It creates a real crisis to procure funds from the outsiders. Okay. However, the firm size is also positively related with the firm's profitability and the market value. It means the firms get accustomed with the stable return in long run, which is further supported by the cow panel co-integration test, which is found significant at 1% level, the ADF test statistics. And the plausible reason behind this might be, in long run, a consistent positive association between firm and the further scope of expansion may mitigate this problem of financing of these companies. Okay. And the third objective and the last one, that is panel data effect. It is observed that for all the three models, fixed effect is consistent for all the three models, and it is further validated by taking another test, that is Houseman test, and all the test results is found consistent with the fixed effect. And the value of R square is highest among the fixed effect models and random event models. Therefore, it is found to be the most goodness, the goodness of fit of this model is also better. Therefore, and the probable reason behind this fixed effect might be the firms differ among themselves owing to their different investment decision, lending policies, or any other qualitative factors. So these are some suggestions that a study or a better framework can be formed to proliferate that can proliferate the firm to procure funds from the external sources at a very relatively cheaper cost, and this may also perhaps augment the investors' interest and create the greater scope to disseminate their lendings. There is some limitation also as in this study. The number one is only farm specific or farm level factors are considered, although not exhaustively. All the factors are also not considered. Only 3 or 4 factors are considered. As well, the macroeconomic factors like GDP growth, inflation, market size, these are some relation which I get from different literature study is also not considered there. As well as a micro panel only of 11 cross section with 10 data period has been considered in this study. Either if we increase this cross section, however, instead of increase the cross section and we use a long panel instead of the short panel, perhaps it may show much robust results. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shayok, for your excellent presentation. Questions and answers will be taken up later on. So I request all the paper presenters to remain present till the end, so that if question comes regarding their presentation, they can answer. So next presenter.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Shayok, for the paper. The next paper will be presented by Orpita Shaha and Madhumita Shordar. Over to them.
Yes, ma'am.
It is visible, ma'am.
Yes, it's visible.
Good afternoon to my all respected teachers. Thank you so much to Kolkata Bidhannagar Society for Academic and Advancement for giving us the opportunity to present our paper on an empirical study on impact of digital services in the Indian society. Nowadays, the use of digital technology is very popular in our daily life. The use of digital technology has been around for many years, but was not popular with all people. During the pandemic, the usage of digital technology has been very high for several purposes like education, social security plans,
Can you
medical.
start from the
Yes.
beginning slide?
Yes,
Conclusion
your
Yes,
slide.
slides are
Orpita.
not moving. Your slides are not
Yes.
moving.
Yes, Orpita, your
Yeah. Please
conclusion
start from
slide is
the
visible.
beginning slide.
Is it visible, ma'am?
No, still conclusion slide is visible. Your first slide is not visible.
Madhumita?
Yes.
Madhumita, present for.
I would request everybody to wait for some time. There has been a technical glitch. They are trying to present it again, so I would request everyone to please wait. Yes, now the first screen is visible. Means the first slide is visible.
Good afternoon to my all respected teachers. Thank you so much to giving me the opportunity to present our paper on an empirical study on impact of digital services in the Indian society. Madhumita, next.
Okay,
Nowadays,
better
the
you
use
skip better you skip the introduction part, go to the objectives, then if research questions and research gaps are there, then findings and conclusion. Okay, you can
okay,
skip
sir.
introduction part.
There are objectives of this paper are impact of human life. To understand the impact of uses technologies on human life in Indian society in the different aspects like education purpose, medical purpose, shopping purpose, investment purpose, and entertainment purpose. Comparison. To compare the uses of technology among people of different age groups for various aspects in different periods and to what extent it has been affected by COVID-19. Consent of respondents. To consent to evaluate the consent of respondents continuing the use of technologies in their daily life in the future, problems and benefits. To identify what kind of difficulties are faced and enjoyed benefits by people in several areas due to technology use. Madhumita, it is best.
You are not audible, Orpita. Orpita, you are
Orpita,
not
you are not
audible.
audible.
Hello, sir.
Yes, now you are
Yes,
audible.
continue.
We collect some information from the residents of rural, semi-urban and urban areas on the impact of digital systems on various aspects like education purpose, medical purpose, shopping purpose, investment purpose, etc. of their daily life to test that there is any difference among the residents in different aspects. Next. আগেরটাই যেতে একটা স্লাইড স্কিপ করে যাচ্ছিস মধুমিতা তারপরটা যা
There is no difference in opinion among the residents of rural, semi-urban and urban areas on the use of technologies for various purposes. People various ages who used technology before the pandemic are still using it, and in different age groups, people who did not use the technology before the pandemic still not using it. Video conference platforms like Byju's and Academy have become very popular. Multitasking capabilities are improved. Dependence on technology has also increased. Students' writing and reading habits have suffered a lot. Although the use of technology has gained popularity, it has not gained equal popularity in different areas of our daily life. Compared with all purposes, it is seen that most people want to use shopping purposes. Recommendation which are needed. Internet connection speed should be improved because a high-speed internet connection is not always available everywhere, due to which people face many difficulties. Digital services should provide good security to protect information. Digital system should be improved for education purpose. A balance should be kept between digital system and the manual system, because if the whole system is done digitally, it can have a serious negative impact of our society. Social media should be used as much as needed, not used excessively. Residents of different areas have equally accepted digital services in multiple aspects. The use of digital technology in various aspects has no significant effect on the different age groups of people in different time periods. Nowadays, social media like Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, etc. is highly popular in society. We use it in several performance or activities like
You are not audible, Orpita. Orpita, you're not audible.
Orpita, you are not audible.
especially younger students. Many people are against digital systems or are afraid to use digital systems because of security problems, lack of knowledge, or lack of technical awareness, and also they could not cordially accept a technical system like a traditional system. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Arpita and Madhumita. Once again, I request you to remain present till the end so that if question comes from your part, you can answer. Okay, the next paper present.
Okay, thank you to the paper presenters. The next paper will be presented by Professor Shomo Haldar. Over to Shomo, sir. You're not audible, ma'am.
I'm Shoma Haldar.
Yeah, sorry, Shoma Haldar. Sorry.
Okay, please start.
Yeah, sure. A very good afternoon to respected dignitaries, organizers, and my dear friends. It's my pleasure today to present my work on a study of the components of entrepreneurial ecosystem in the Indian context. The use of the term ecosystem at present is not limited to natural environment only. It is used in various contexts, including business and economy. In my study, I have used it to
Orpita, please unmute yourself.
In my study, I have used it to refer to the environment of entrepreneurship. My study has two objectives. Firstly, to identify the components of the entrepreneurial ecosystem, and secondly, to assess the position of the identified components in the context of India. Extensive review of literature. Extensive review of literature has helped me identify the following components of entrepreneurial ecosystem as shown in this slide: funding and finance, human capital and higher educational institution, support system, regulatory framework and infrastructure, and culture. Again, each of the components has its own subcomponents. After identifying the components, my work proceeded to evaluate the position of the component in the Indian context. In my presentation, I have included the position of few selected subcomponents to come to a conclusion given the constant of time and slide. Firstly, funding and finance. During 2021, if I analyze the scheduled commercial credit given by scheduled commercial banks, we find that Maharashtra is the state for which most amount of credit has been disbursed, followed by Delhi, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Telangana, and West Bengal. I have analyzed 642 private equity deals, which shows that by number and by value, Karnataka is leading, followed by Maharashtra, Haryana, Delhi, Tamil Nadu, and Telangana. In human capital and higher educational institution component, I have analyzed college density and penetration of technical and management institution. In college density, if I see, most densely populated is Karnataka, followed by Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, and Himachal Pradesh. And if I consider both the components, subcomponents, we get the following conclusion that Tamil Nadu is being followed by Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, Telangana, and Karnataka. Coming to the support system, as per Startup India portal, there are 225,509 startup company enlisted there, wherein Maharashtra leads, followed by Delhi, UP, Karnataka, Gujarat, and so on. There are the accelerators, incubators, and mentors are also listed in the portal, which shows again Maharashtra comes up first, followed by Delhi, UP, Karnataka, Gujarat. For regulatory framework and infrastructure, I have taken World Bank's Ease of Doing Business ranking, which shows starting from 1617 till 1920, India's rank has been improving constantly, starting from 130 to 100 to 77 and then to 63. Mainly, this improvement is owing to the factors or parameters like dealing with construction permit, trading across border, resolving insolvency, getting credit, and electricity connection. This is the position of the Indian state as per UDB of the Indian state. Moving on to culture. Socio-cultural factors are very important part of entrepreneurship. However, if I, in general, evaluate the socio-cultural factors of India, we usually see that failure is a big thing in India. There is very low tolerance for failure. But business is all about failure. They learn from failure and then one might succeed. But the things are changing nowadays, and now social status of the entrepreneurs has found newfound respect. There are so many success stories coming up in the social media which are being celebrated, like Bandhan Bank, Oyo Room, Paytm, Make My Trip, and so on. After evaluating all the subcomponents, I have come to the conclusion I have jotted down here. And after jotting down all the subcomponents, we see that the states of Maharashtra is the best, followed by Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, and Andhra Pradesh. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation, and you have finished in time. Thank you also for that. Okay, the next presenter.
Thank you so
Sir,
much.
excuse me, sir.
Yes.
With the permission of my teacher and chairperson of this session, Dr. Shamabhata Das, sir, actually we will be taking the questions from YouTube platform also. So my request, all the audience of our of this program, of this session, you can raise your question, you can put your questions in the chat box of YouTube platform. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay, our next paper presenter is Ronak Bhattacharya. Over to you, Ronak. Ronak, are you there? Okay. Yes, it's visible. Yes, yes.
The e-commerce, cloud computing and the online relating for all forecasting the IT sector repaid expansion for the years 2019 and 2020. The IT sector will increase at a rate of about 10%. After the economic reform from 1991 to 1992, the Indian IT industry grew quickly and exponentially. The objective of the study to talk about the expansion and development of the IT industry, to focus on the IT industry role in the expansion of the Indian economy, and to emphasize the IT industry as the biggest employer in the private sector. Methodology of the study. The study data and information were gathered from the several papers and articles regarding the development performance of the IT industry that was published by different governmental bodies. Additionally, the data is gathered from the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technologies yearly publication as well as other the reliable government sources. The largest source of the new jobs in the business process outsourcing in BPO sector, the IT and BPO industry is the largest private sector employer and is indirectly contributed to the growth of a number of luxury sectors. Around 4.47 million people would be employed directly in this sector. IT sector in the financial year 2020-21, over 12 million jobs are expected to created indirectly, and in the financial year 2022 the sector gained 4.5 lakh new positions, beginning the total number of the direct workers to 50 lakhs. Women made up to almost 44% of the new employees, brightening their entire proportion to 18 lakhs, that is 36%. Indian information industry, the market capitalization from $5 billion in 1997 to 1998 to $64 billion in 2007 and 2008. Then the IT sector produces $152 billion in export income in the fiscal year 2021. Throughout the entire period, under this observation, the number of increased continuously. Due to the high level of worldwide demand and the availability of the local knowledge, the industry was expanding, the Indian IT sector is still exhibiting encouraging signals and aid in overcoming the unparalleled at this time when the COVID-19 epidemic has affected the economies throughout the globe. It has grown to a big economic force that influences both the global and the Indian economy significantly. IT BPM industry participation is India's gross domestic product from the financial period from 2009 to 2021. The amazing aspect of India's IT business is that in addition to the growth in terms of market size, it is also gradually contributing a sizable portion of the country's gross domestic product, which is in turn promoting the growth and development of the nation. The IT industry contributing to India's GDP climbed from a merger 4% in the 1991 to 1992 and then 1.2% in 1997 to 1998 and reaching 8% of India's total GDP in financial year 2021. By 2025, the proportion is anticipated to reach near about 10%. Strong opportunities for the development. Export demand from new sectors is driving the expansion of the IT industry. India's IT giants TCS, Wipro, HCL, Infosys are anticipated to provide 1.05 lakh employment opportunities in the financial year 2022. The global demand for the cloud services is expected to reach over $200 billion annually by 2025. India has the biggest and the youngest labor force in the world and has matched its rising population with the tremendous economic development. Indians are 29 years old on the average. Conclusion and suggestions of my paper. In the year after the reform, the India's IT industry expanded at an extraordinary fast pace and made a significant contribution to the country's GDP. The IT sector has continuously increased and propelled the India's development despite the shaky state of the global economy. The sector employs a sizable number of the professional workers from the India, transforming the nation into a major IT powerhouse. The worker from India transforming to the nation into a major IT powerhouse, the whole Indian economic and the governmental environment has undergone the significant change thanks in large part to the IT industries. India's IT sector is making headway and developing new disruptive technologies and will be the key player in the global industrial revolution. That is now taking place. The middle class in India has gained a significant position as a role of the IT industry. Then the IT revolution has the significant raise the country's quality of life. Women in the workforce have received the assistance from the sector. Women make up around 36% of the workforce in the IT sector, and this has been trained from the industry's efficiency. No other industrial sectors has produces as many middle class jobs as the IT BPO sector, which makes it the largest employer in the private sector. That's all. Thank you for your attention and thank you.
Thank you, Ronak, for your presentation. It's time for the next paper presented.
Thank you, Ronak. The next paper will be presented by Professor Mohammad Shariq Imroz and Mullah Anwarul Haq. Over to the speakers.
Hello, everyone, on the dignitaries of KBAA and my fellow presenters. My topic for today is the very importance of crowdfunding in entrepreneurial finance, the current scenario. In order to understand, hello, am I audible?
Yes,
Yes, you are.
You're audible.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. In order to understand what is crowdfunding in the digital arena, what we have to understand is that what is crowdfunding in what is DG crowdfunding, which I'm basically trying to propound here. In order to understand what is DG crowdfunding, it is important to understand the very risk factor which is involved in crowdfunding in the very institutional phase has now been crowdfunded or crowdsourced through the digital media. So basically, what was institutional in nature now has come in the form of digital arena, and now this has led to small amounts being provided by the netizens of the world towards ideas or unconventional ideas which did not have institutional, a yes. The next we have why crowdfunding, which is very very important for us, is that why we are going for crowdfunding, which is digitally based. Now, digital presence is the very important of the small investors in the digital arena, is that the very nominal amount of money which they're providing for the crowdfunding of very innovative ideas as well as very unconventional ideas. Now, this the main focus of digital arena is that in order to eradicate the very long procedures, the formas which the institutional crowdfunding previously had. And how crowdfunding, basically I've already said about crowdfunding being financed by the netizens of the like the world netizens. Now we come to the genres of crowdfunding. So first of all, when you are crowdfunding for a venture or a company, there are three types of genres or three types of categorizations to it. So the first categorization is the equity mediated crowdfunding. So basically, equity mediated crowdfunding states that when you're crowdfunding or you're providing a small amount of money for a very venture or a company, this basically gives you the ownership rights to the company. And basically, as a very a nomenclature of crowdfunding, you as well as ownership rights, you get dividends based on your contribution ratios. The next is the reward mediated crowdfunding. The reward mediated crowdfunding is one of the very another interesting part of the digital crowdfunding, which basically speaks about you catering to you providing finances to the crowdfunding initiative, and in return you get a reward. Now that reward, what you get, as an example, I will talk in the next slide. And the donation mediated crowdfunding is one of the most uh, philanthropic crowdfunding in this domain of DG crowdfunding, which basically is a small token amount given for social as well as for maybe for religious crowdfunding initiatives. Now we come to the chronicles of crowdfunding. So basically, this digital crowdfunding which we are seeing in the current scenario, it basically has a very a historic root in India. So basically, the Durga Puja is right at the corners, and we hear the concept of chanda collection, right? So this chanda collection is also a crowdfunding initiative, which is basically for the cultural or religious aspects. Another important crowdfunding initiative which we had seen in 1713 is when Alexander Pope had crowdfunded from the very people in order to publish the very Homer's masterpiece of Iliad. Another another gift crowdfunding could be seen in the Franco-American Union, where France had given given a gift to the citizens of America, the Statue of Liberty, providing $200 million for erecting the very statue. Another important aspect of crowdfunding in the Indian subcontinent is during the Indo-China War of 1962. What happened during the Indo-China War is that our Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru had crowdfunded for the war initiatives, and a very beautiful video had come up, the gift for the nation. So the video had a woman opening up her jewelries and providing for the war efforts of the country. Another important crowdfunding was undertaken by the father of White Revolution, as accompanied by Sham Benegal, the Manthan Initiative in 1976, where both of them took an initiative where each farmer of the Gujarat, the milk farmers of Gujarat, gave up 2 rupees of their one day earning in order to make a documentary about their life. So basically, this was one of the very fundamental, a very fundamental instance of crowdfunding in the film genre. Marilyn was another important. The importance of Marilyn as a rock band in the US when they could not visit US for their for their band performances. What happened? The most important aspect of this is that the internet mediated crowdfunding was first time initiated during this Marilyn rock band performance in during 1996 in order to fundamentally give a road path. The Jobs Act, which is basically the start of our business startup, was propounded by the then President of the United States of America, Barack Obama, in order to give a very push start to the startup initiatives of the country. Now, coming back to the Indian subcontinent, the Wishberry in India in 2012 has given a very cutting edge crowdfunding platform for the very socially and economically marginalized citizens of our country, giving shape to their aspirations of contributing towards the well-being of the nation. The very important point which I had mentioned about in the genre of crowdfunding is when I was talking about the very donation based. In India, the business startup does not the contribution of business startup towards the crowdfunding and the very donation based crowdfunding, we see that the donation based crowdfunding has a more revenue generating impact in India. So basically the medical causes, the social causes are more in are more in rise in nature in India. So now we come to what is the importance of or the very leveraging factor of the the digital crowdfunding. Basically, you get a web of
Sorry for
netizens.
interrupting.
Yeah.
Are you changing your slides because the same slide is visible for a long time?
Is it, ma'am? I'm sorry, but I've been changing my slides.
Yeah,
Is it
leveraging
visible now?
features. Yeah, leveraging features. Is
Okay,
that the
now
slide?
is it
Yeah,
visible, ma'am?
now it's visible.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
I did a full
okay, sir.
screen.
Sorry for interruption. Please wrap it up quickly.
Okay,
We are running
so now
short
we
of
come to
out of
the
lives. Okay.
okay. Beg your pardon, sir. Yeah. So leveraging the features of digital, basically there is a web of netizens sitting right at one click. They are ready to support for your untested and unconventional ideas, which is basically would not have been possible because of the institutional feasibility investment proposals. Another important point is that the very digital interaction, it becomes very smooth. The right campaigning, if you have a very good campaigning for your crowdfunding in the very digital media, it obviously minimalizes the cost of ad. The accountability factor is another important point in this financial uh, if the fraud of finance in nature. Now, the purview of entrepreneurial finance is basically it helps in the economic well-being of the nations. We have seen that the World Bank as well as the IMF have created uh, uh, platforms which are basically mitigating the the developed and the undeveloped nations. The edtech, we have seen the edtech initiatives through the MOOC courses of Harvard. The digital literacy, the same thing. The Harvard has also done it. The commercial tribe, we have seen the commercial like Polka. We have seen that they have come towards a traditional knowledge-based livelihood programs. And climate crisis, another important. The EV, the electronic vehicles, and the other green, initiatives taken through the crowdfunding processes. In conclusion, the digital mediated exchange, the digitally mediated exchange, it is not only the exchange of ideas, it can also be the exchange of finances. The donations and investments are at the click of at the click of the mouse. But the most important point here is that in order for the world to to have a cooperative on the basis on the digital frauds, there has been a lot of digital frauds in the current phase. So eradicating that is very important. And yes, digital crowdfunding is very helpful in the economic and environmental well-being of all the nations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sharik and Anwarul, for your paper. Now it's time for the last paper, I think.
Yes, yes, sir. Now it's time for the
Thank
last
you.
paper.
Thank you.
Thank you to both the paper presenters. Now it's time for the last paper of technical session 1. It will be presented by Amrita Kormokar. Over to Amrita.
Good afternoon, everyone presented here. I am honored and privileged to Kolkata Bidhannagar Society for Academic Advancement for presenting my paper in front of my respected professors. Here I am presenting my paper based on corporate restructuring through mergers, a case of ICICI Bank. Here I am representing the first slide of my presentation. Actually, we can see that in order to understand, actually the merger will create a strong entity which will redefine banking in the highly competitive era of globalization and liberalization. At present, banking system in India is evolving with a mixture of bank types serving different segments of the economy. If we can see in the last few years, the system has seen entry of new banks and emergence of new bank types targeted to serve niche segments of the society. However, banking system continues to be dominated by public sector banks, which still have more than 70% market share of the banking system assets. At present, there are 27 PSBs with varying sizes. State Bank of India, the largest bank, has balance sheet sizes and which is roughly 17 times of the size of smallest public sector banks. Thank you. This is my next slides. In India, mergers and acquisition take part from the new economic policy in 1991. Here, I actually presenting my study with reference to ICICI Bank Limited when it was merged with Bank of Rajasthan. We can also get an idea of this bank before and after merger. With the help of some methodology, the objectives of that is profitability and growth by strategic capability and providing superior value to respected consumer. And next point is and to evaluate the pre and post merger performance as well as we can see it has become successful or not. In the next slide, we can see the research methodology. Here, by concurrenting the research methodology, we have taken 10 years period from 2004-5 to 2013 and 14 by helping with the formula of EVA, which we know that EVA is NOPAT minus WSEC, where NOPAT equals to net operating profit after tax and weighted average cost of capital, which is multiplying by capital employed, and we can got our cost of equity from RF, which is risk-free rate of return and market return. And at the last things, the beta which is comes from covariance of return of individual shares with index return and the variance of market return. If we comes to the next slide, we can know the SWOT analysis of ICICI Bank. From that, if we got a normal profile of ICICI Bank, we have known that ICICI Bank is in 1955. ICICI Limited was incorporated with collective efforts of World Bank, Indian industry representative. In 1990s, the ICI institution started diversifying its operations and end up at all the wholly owned subsidiaries, which is called the ICICI Bank. If we know what is SWOT analysis means the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and different threats which a banks can create or search behind such strategies of corporate restructuring, which I am pointed out below. If we know in strengths, the strength is bank is growing at a faster rate. And the second point is it has the largest number of ATMs in all over the country. If we know the weaknesses, the bank is also lack of adequate experience as well as it has strong pressure in several states. The opportunities is possibly of trapping the potential market as well as technology based infrastructure facilities which is reducing cost and HR recruitment and bringing the higher efficiency. There are some threats. Threats are huge competitions from multinational banks due to globalization and also maximize of their spreads by playing a vital role. If we come to the next slide, it was SWOT analysis of Bank of Rajasthan. The Bank of Rajasthan was established as joint stock bank by Mansinka brothers at Udaipur on 8th May 1943, and the founder of chairman of Bank of Rajasthan was an industrial Shet Sri Govindram Kesharia, who started the bank with initial investment of rupees 10 lakhs. If we see the SWOT analysis of Bank of Rajasthan, we can see that there are different strengths of adequate staffed and efficient cash management system, and the weaknesses are declining trend in their profitability system, and they are very old private sector bank. Capital account convertibility and opportunity of opening of new centers are their opportunities, and also through competitions from globalized multinational banks also create different threats, and difficulty and pressures in conducting banking are also created threats on Bank of Rajasthan. If we can show the performance review of ICICI Bank, here we can see the financial year 2004 to 5. The weaknesses of bank can be set up against the strength of another bank, and thereby the total value is merged. If we can see the performance review by a bar chart, the average EPS of the post-merger period is 49.28, which is better corresponding to the pre-merger period. And also EPS is taken as a measure of profitability of the bank. Then the study has registered a continuous improving trend in corporate profitability. So the average ROI of the post-merger period, which was 4.11%, is less than from the average ROI of the pre-merger period, which was 4.13%. So we can clearly see a decreasing trend in corporate profitability, which is evident so far as a return on investment is a concerned matter for ICICI Bank. After in the next slide, in the financial report of ICICI Bank, we can see that there are different amount of capital employed on the years, and in the above scenario, it is indicating that the bank was failed to utilize its asset properly. So the improper utilization of companies responsible for lowering the investment over the study period. From the above table, we can see the evidence that return on asset of the post-merger period was 3.06%, which was higher than pre-merger period. Similarly, the average RONW, if we see 9.2%, and average NPTF, if we see 2.09% of the post-merger period are lower than the pre-merger period. This is a specific indication of the bank's inability in improving over performance after mergers. So if we come to the conclusion part, we can see the presentation contains forward-looking statements based on the current beliefs and expectations of ICICI Limited's and ICICI Bank's management are the subject to significant risks and uncertainties. Forward-looking statements include the information concerning possible or assumed future results of operations. Actual results may differ from those set forth in the forward-looking statements, but these uncertainties include the ability to obtain governmental and other approvals of the merger on the proposed terms and schedules. These uncertainties may have an adverse effect on the results of our operation, leverage condition, liquidity, and the price of our equity limited, and ICICI Bank's result to differ materiality from those described in the forward-looking statements, which can be found in the 2001 annual reports on from ICICI Limited and ICICI Bank, filled with the SEC and will be contained in the information system. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Amrita, for your good presentation. And now the question answer time.
Yes,
Anybody may raise question.
Yes, paper presentation is over. Now, if anybody has any question, it can be forwarded.
If there is any question in the chat box,
Yes,
as stated by
Shayok
Dr.
Mitro,
Pal.
Shayok Mitro has given a question. I am reading it out. I think Dr. Paul is not there, so I am reading it out. He has questioned to the fifth paper presenter that how the various means of equity and debt crowdfunding will be a cheaper substitute to the traditional means of capital procurement of MSME firms.
Okay, the question is addressed to Anwarul, I think, and if
Yes.
Anwarul is present, please try to answer. Anwarul, are you present?
Anwarul?
Yes, sir. I am present. 1 second, sir. I'll just read up the questions he's put forward. Okay. So, what can be done in this equity debt crowdfunding for the
Sorry for
MSMEs?
interrupting. Just a second. Amrita, would you stop sharing your screen? Amrita? Yeah, you can continue.
Yeah. So basically, what we have is that a very bureaucratic style of MSME funding, right? So what happens is that what if we have a digital mediated crowdfunding for the MSMEs? So that will not only reduce the very bureaucratic way of funding the MSMEs, but this will also help the people's participation in the MSME, right? We've seen that during the very post demonetization as well as post the health crisis, that the MSMEs are the worst hit. So this is a very good question which is put forward by my fellow member, that yes, the digi based crowdfunding will be a very good initiative towards the MSMEs, and this will obviously pull up the MSMEs from from the very deep crevices they are presently in. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, any other question?
There are no questions in the Google Meet chat box.
If you want to ask questions, here is the time.
So I can see in the YouTube link as well that no questions have been asked.
Okay, then another session will be coming up.
Yes,
So
sir.
a few words. One new thing I have noticed, and that is very encouraging. PG students, postgraduate students present paper on different aspects. That is very encouraging thing. And the papers presented by the PG students as well as the professors and lecturers are very good. And this is one encouraging thing. Most of them completed their presentation in due time. Once again, I am grateful and I want to offer my sincere thanks to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to chair the session. And I have noticed that Professor Dipti Chakraborty, Professor Uttam Datto, respected teachers of myself, they joined, and my regards to them. And many, many thanks to Dr. Bishrit Pal, sir, for his presence, and many, many thanks to coordinator ma'am, Lopamutra Bhattacharya, for doing her job efficiently and effectively. So with these words, I declare the session closed. Thank you all. Have a nice day.
Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
yes.
Sir, being organizing secretary, I want to thank you, sir, on behalf of our society. Sir, you have given your time from your busy schedule. I know you have today classes. You have scheduled classes in Calcutta University of Calcutta Department of Commerce. Still, you have given the time to us. So that's very, very. We are very much thankful to you, sir. Grateful to you, sir. So, from on behalf of our society, I want to give you heartfelt thanks, sir. Actually, you are my teacher, uh, so that is also our pleasure, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Have a good day, and the session is closed.
Okay, one point actually, as the president of this association, I am also very grateful, and I feel actually very proud that the young the chairman Samabroto actually has done his job very efficiently, very effectively, and Lopamudra actually as coordinator, or what position you have given, exactly I may not quote, but actually the young fellows, the way you are doing the job, we the old ones are very proud that we actually we have actually given the baton to the very right hands. You are doing this job And so I am very thankful to all of you, and I also proud for this. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words.
Thank you to
Thank you,
Deepti
sir.
sir. Thank you to Shyamabhrata sir and Vishwajit sir. With this, we come to the end of technical session 1. I would now like request to all the ones who have joined by Google Meet to join by the Google Meet for the technical session 2, because this session is coming to an end, and those who are watching by YouTube, they will remain on the same platform. So thank you from my part. Yes. আচ্ছা 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 এক্ষুনি করেছে মনে হয়, এতক্ষণ ছিল না। Yes. Sorry sir, just now the one question has been asked. Sir, can you please tell me what type of disadvantage are in crowdfunding? This is for Anvarul, fifth paper presenter. Anvarul is there? Anvarul?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Anirudh?
I'm there.
Okay.
Yes. So I see. Yes, the very
Question I'm
disadvantage.
repeating. Yeah. Have you heard the question?
Ma'am, once more, it will be very
Yeah.
helpful.
Please tell me what type of disadvantages are there in crowdfunding?
See, as I said in my conclusion, that the financial fraud is very, very prevalent in the digital, arena. So this, a global cooperation on this financial fraud is a very big disadvantage on the part of crowdfunding. Supposedly, there is a XYZ, kind of a venture coming up for crowdfunding initiatives and asking for huge lumps, huge money, and then they vanish from the digital as well as from all the aspects of where they had, kind of procured funds. So this is one of the very big disadvantages of digital mediated crowdfunding.
Okay, thank you, Anarul, for your answer. Okay, we should not entertain any more questions because we are already running out of time. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you to all. Now we are officially ending the technical session 1, and everybody, all the Google Meet participants are asked to join by the Google Meet link of the second technical session. Thank you to all.
Okay, before we end the session, being the convener, I would like to congratulate our chairperson, Dr. Shyamabhrata Das, our coordinator, Madam Professor Lopamutra Bhattacharya, our organizing secretary, Dr. Vishwajit Pal, our president, Professor Dr. Deepti Kumar Chakraborty, and all the paper presenters for a beautiful and nice presentation and a beautiful session which has covered all the various emerging issues on social science research. Thank you all. Now we will move over to the next session, technical session 2. Thank you.
Many, many thanks, Brahma.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, professors, all the teachers, and everybody present in this present session of the technical session 2 of the day. There are guest speakers and paper presenters who will be speaking, and I will be coordinating the session. Professor Dr. Sujay Kumar Dhar, sir, will be chairing the session. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
And there will be in total of 7 paper presentations which will be happening in this current session. Dr. Sujay Kumar Dhar is a faculty member of ICFI Business School, and He has obtained his PhD degree in Commerce from University of Calcutta, Department of Commerce. He has edited book on investment strategy for individual investors and also authored a book titled Marketing the Financial Services to the Unbanked Population. He has authored more than 70 research articles and papers in different reputed national and international journals. He has also attended and presented research papers in different national and international societies. His area of research interest is capital market, banking, and corporate governance. Sir, welcome. And I'd like to hand over the dais to you for carrying out the session, which will be chaired by you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Madhumita Madam, for your introduction. So I'm utilizing this opportunity to welcome you all to the technical session 2 of International Webinar on Social Science Research organized by Kolkata Bidhannagar Society for Academic Advancement, jointly with the Eastern Region Council of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. My heartfelt gratitude goes to all the organizing committee members and specifically Professor Pema Lama for organizing the international webinar in such a grand fashion. Now, as all of you know, there are the 7 papers. So it is the submission to each paper presenters. Please confine your presentation to 8 minutes. Try to focus only on your title of the project, title of the paper, objective, methodology, findings, and conclusion. So 7 papers. If all of you are in time, if all of you can complete in time, then at the end, we will have a question answer session. We will see the question answers from the chat box. Who are participating the seminar from YouTube or who are present in this technical session, they can ask the questions to the particular presenters to whom they will ask. So without wasting any further time, I will ask the first presenter, Mr. Devodip Banerjee. His paper is Behavioral Finance, a Financial Choice.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, all the dignitaries. I'm audible?
Yeah, Devodip, you are audible.
Yeah,
Yes,
thank you, sir. I'm just presenting my paper. I think my screen is visible, sir.
Yeah, your screen is visible. Carry on.
Oh, yeah. So my topic of discussion for today's international webinar organized by KBSA, I am very much grateful to
Make it
Professor
full
Rama,
screen.
sir.
Devdeep, make it full screen.
Okay. Right? It is visible, right? Okay. So I'm just going to the introduction just for a few minutes, few seconds. As my topic is behavioral finance, we all know finance is the lifeblood of our business, and for the past couple of years, it becomes a household name. Behavioral finance, when we are talking about behavioral finance, it is basically the study which basically talks about the psychology of the investors, how they are trying to invest, and obviously their emotional attachments has been involved while taking their decision while investing in a particular securities. So by the name itself, we can understand that it tries to improve the understanding of the financial markets and its participants by going depth, by going insights from the behavioral sciences. It is basically a subfield of behavioral economics, which is also a psychological based theory, explain the stock market anomalies like the stock market ups and downs. And it is basically a sharp contrast to the traditional finance paradigm, which basically seeks to understand the financial decisions by assuming the markets and many of its participating people and institutions are rational. coming to the literature review, I'm just skipping the literature review. What was my research gap? I'm just pointing out while going through this study, one of the research gap is that I have chalked down few theories only, and it based on a certain human perceptions and psychology. It is also limited with few sections of the people, few sectors of the people, and the study is limited with only one state, which is West Bengal, while collecting primary data, and most of the data has been collected through online survey as well as few telephonic interviews. Coming to my objective of my research study, the present paper makes a humble attempt to highlight not only the overall view of the behavioral finance, but also how investors get influence in their decision-making process has been explained. Basically, it seeks about the following issues. First one is to explain the concept of behavioral finance. The second one, to find out the factors behind the behavioral finance. Third one is to find out the investment percentage in risky as well as risk-free instruments, and what are the main reasons behind such decisions of the investors. Finally, to check whether any differences exist between them on the basis of income and age group of the people. So I have studied this research partly descriptive as well as partly analytical in nature. It consists of both the data, primary as well as secondary. The time frame is less than 1 month, and the sample size is although small, 100 respondents. It has been distinguishing. It has been differentiated into two halves: below 7,50,000 income group and below 45 years, as well as above 7,50,000, below 45 years, as well as above 45 years. So the total respondent is 100 in that case. The data has been collected both primary as well as secondary, and the questionnaire has been making a structured questionnaire. We have prepared a structured questionnaire, and it has been distributed. It has been done through distributing through Google form. The tools and techniques has been used. All the theoretical portion has been explained through a descriptive method, although the survey portion has been properly classified. It has, and condition of the data has been done, and after that the basic analysis of descriptive statistics has been made to find out the significance of their mean value, and obviously where required analysis of data, SPS 20 has been used. Regarding behavioral finance, I have already explained to some extent. Just I am focusing on another model, which is a behavioral asset pricing model, which has been developed by Sheffrin and Statman way back in the year 94. And it basically made up of two types of traders. The first are considered as information traders, and the next one are noise traders. Information traders are those traders, they have been believed in the theories of standard finance, the traditional with standard capital asset pricing model oriented. They are basically practically free from all type of cognitive errors, and they have a mean preferences while making investment decisions. If we talk about noise traders, they are basically the traders who are outside the CAPM model, CAPM zone, and are more prone to committing cognitive errors and do not have a strict means of variance. So BAPM basically features include the utilitarian and value expressive traits. And according to this behavioral portfolio theory, the noise traders, basically the second type of traders, the second type of activities, category of traders, they basically build their portfolio in a pyramidal structure, adding on a subsequent layer with each layer participating on investment objective. If we talk about the next part, which is the fundamental factors, I have just jotted out 5 fundamental factors. There are even more, 6, 7, 8 fundamental factors are there, but main fundamental factors I have pointed out. Few of them has been analyzed over here. First, by talking about the mental accounting. Now, what is mental accounting? It is basically what people often take decision. We know people often take decision for allocating their resources on the basis of their what they prefixed in their mind, means designing their portfolio in that manner based on their previously decided resource allocation formula. and without looking into any of the reality, without looking into any of the actual market condition. And what it is that it's this propensity to allocate the money to specific avenues, we call it as a mental accounting in the perspective of behavioral finance. Anchoring is basically refers to a tendency of the individual to spend money at a given level, spending on a popular brand, allocating the resources on that. Suppose we are getting a heavy return in the historical stock where we have invested, we are focusing on that, and based on this tendency, what happen, investor often miss their opportunity to earn high return even by not investing in the undervalued stocks. Hard behavior, next one, is basically explain the mental state which is defined by the lack of individual decision making, and which in turn basically caused the behavior of the people to change on the basis of what they are not thinking actually. They are deciding on the basis of what the other people has suggested them. So this may reflect largely while investing in the avenues. High self-rating means some of the individuals, some of the investors often bears a tendency of ranking themselves much higher than the average investors, and based on those premises, often they take their usual investment decisions, ignoring the basic fundamental factors behind them. Loss aversion, it is also one of the important psychological concepts, as behavioral finance is related with psychological concept, psychology of the investors while invest. It gains an increasing amount of attention while
Can you go to
conducting.
your findings, please?
Yeah, sir, just a few minutes. Getting to the psychology. Next, I have also chalked out a data on the basis of the third objectives, which is investment percentage in risk-free and risky instruments, where I have taken 100 selected investors. Risk-free instruments has been considered as those who are not giving that much of risk, like savings deposit, and risky instruments are equities and bonds. On that basis, I have found out that N1 has been considered risk-free, N2 has been considered risky, and I have done the SPSS statistics, the primary data of 100 in respondents, and it has been observed nearly 69.67% of the total investment are routed towards riskless investments, and remaining are 30.33 towards risky. 30 out of 100 respondents invest in risk-free avenues, and 21 out of 100 respondents invest in the risky avenues. Their main way of thinking is that when they invest in the riskless securities, they are getting an assured return in the even in the worst situation, and investors, those who are investing in risky securities, they opine that they invest in this route because of getting handsome return even in the long run. If I move towards my fourth objective, which is a proportionate of investment in risky as well as riskless investment on the basis of income group as well as on the age pattern, I have made on the basis of SPSS data. I have condensed the data on that basis. N3 talks about the investment in risk-free instruments where income group below 7,50,000, N4 risky instruments where income group below 7,50,000, and N5 is risk-free income group above 7,50,000, and N6 is risky instruments where income group above 7,50,000. So on that, I have also observed that on an average 68.96% of the total investment has been made on income of the investors below 7,50,000, and they are routed towards riskless instruments, and the rest 31% approx in the risky instrument. This is not too much of difference from the overall average which has been shown in the previous table, and 70.98% of the total investment of the investors of the income group of 7,50,000 and above has been routed towards riskless, and the remaining 29% and odd has been routed towards risky instruments. This is also not too much of difference from the overall average. Thus, we can make it that on the basis of the data, on an average, there is not too much of difference between the investors of two income groups with respect to their gross pattern of their investments in riskless instruments and risky instruments. In fact, there are not too much of difference from the overall averages.
Just conclude in 1 minute, please.
Now, coming towards the limitation of my study.
It's okay. Limitation, fine. Then...
Okay. Okay, now coming to a conclusion, as I have jotted down few things, although we know standard finance over the last few decades has been given a commanding theory in the academic sector, but nowadays,
Okay, thank you,
with
thank
the
you.
caller,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Devadeep, for your presentation. Next presentation is Madhumita Das and Mau Bhadra. It is my humble request to each paper presenter, please confine your presentation in 8 minutes, otherwise we cannot meet the deadline. So, Madhumita and Mau Bhadra, are you there?
Good afternoon to sirs and ma'ams and my peers. Myself Mo Bhadra and my friend Madhumita Das is going to present a paper.
Is it visible, sir?
No, it is yet not. Initially it was. Yeah, now it is visible. Now it is visible.
Okay, myself Mo Bhadra and my friend Madhumita Das. Now we are going to present a paper based on initiatives for bridging the digital divide in the Indian education system and an overview. Education is the driver of economic growth. According to the Indian Constitution Act, Article 21A, education is the fundamental right to all, especially between ages of 16 to 14. The term digital divide referred to the gap between those who can access the digital technology and those who cannot access. UNESCO sets an agenda for sustainable development to achieve some goals by 2030. One of the goals is to achieve quality education, which focuses on early child care education to secondary education with pedagogical ideals.
Can you go to the objective and methodology, please, directly?
Okay, sir.
The objective of our study is to analyze the main factor which contributes to the digital divide. We also examined the initiative taken by the Ministry of Education for bridging this digital divide. We also try to analyze the impact of this initiative in the Indian educational sector. The research gap is most of the past literature has discussed only the main reason for creating this digital divide and only the role of libraries for reducing it. But in this study, we have focused the most of the initiative which have taken by the government to bridge the gap and India's way forward to achieve the sustainable development goal 4, which is quality education.
The word digital divide is inequality or gap which is shown in language, technology, transport, economics, education, and other various places. The technical advancement uses in learning which become more interesting activity to the students and students become more active in learning. It has also a good influence on process of teaching and learning. Teachers easily incorporate technology which improve the students' skills and putting them into practice. The main factors which influence digital divide are such as literacy rate. As per India Book 2020, the literacy rate in country is near about 74%, and the literacy rate of female is less comparatively to male. Kerala is in the highest position as a literate country, whereas Bihar is in the last position. The difference create difficulty for digital divide. Second factor is rural and urban divide. From 2020 census, we have come to know rural areas have very less accessibility in digital techniques compared to urban. In earlier days, education system was not so structured that causing dropout from study, but nowadays ICT bring into all the education sector necessarily from standard 1. This make the education more interesting to students, otherwise it create hurdle for the for digital divide. In India, there is many regional languages, and people communicate among them in their regional language. Many people cannot speak even understand English properly, which create difficulty for digital divide.
The main initiative taken by the government are SWAM, which is a IT platform, and this provides the best quality education that can be accessed by anyone at any time from anywhere. Another is Swamprova, which is an educational TV channel which works on 24 into 7 basis. There is also National Digital Library. There are large number of e-content available. There is also one initiative which is eShot Sindhu. More than 15,000 international electronic journal and e-books are made available to all higher educational institutions through eShot Sindhu initiative. The NPTEL was initiated by 7 major IIT along with IISc Bangalore in 2003 to provide the engineering courses in web or video form. It also aims to provide a quality education through e-learning method. In May 2022, UGC has also launched the Shod Chakra initiative, which facilitates such as resources for reviewing literature, statistics on ongoing research area, work progress tracking, etc. Educational institutions, mainly the IIT and IIM, continuously make work to make the internet more accessible for the rural residents. IIT Kanpur, IIT Kharagpur also made some initiative to bridge the gap. India's way towards achieve the Sustainable Development Goal. India has played a major role in achieving the Sustainable Development Goal number 4. There are many initiatives like Pare Bharat, Bare Bharat, Rashtriyo Uchchotara Yojana. The India SDG Index 3 was recently released by the Niti Aayog for all 16 SDG, including goal quality of education. In terms of SDG 2020-21, only 2 states, that is Kerala and Himachal Pradesh, are in the top 5. The low gross enrollment ratio across the country confirms that more effort is needed in terms of the detailed targets and careful planning at the lower level of education to achieve the 100% gross enrollment ratio in the school education by the year 2030.
Now we can easily understand that the factors that influence the initiative to bridge the digital gap in developing countries, we can now take action to achieve tangible social and economic benefits. Those initiatives that have taken for the gap have constituted one of most important approach which pursuit of social responsibility.
During the COVID-19 pandemic, this ICT initiative facilitated collaborative internet and web-based learning opportunities for the learner. It enables flexible learning with just-in-time, effective and efficient learning. India has done much to fill this gap by launching several projects and programs for rural and remote areas. But much remains to be done to attract the people to the information society. Thank you, sir, for giving us the opportunity.
Thank you so much, and thank you that you have confined yourself in 8 minutes presentation. Thank you. Next
Thank you,
presenter, Dr. Raktim Ghosh and Rupa Mondal. Dr. Raktim Ghosh and Rupa Mondal, are you there?
Yes, sir. Sir, is my slide visible?
Yeah, it is visible. Please start.
A very good afternoon to the respected faculty members, the chairperson of the session, the organizing secretary and the secretary of KBSAA. At the very outset, I would like to express my deep sense of gratitude to KBSAA for allowing me to present this particular research work that is titled Reaction of Indian Forex Reserves to Russia-Ukraine Crisis, a Markov Regime Switching Approach, jointly with PhD scholar, University of Calcutta, Rupa Mandal. This is the introductory slide where we can see that the crisis between Russia and Ukraine commenced on February 2022 on 24th day to prohibit Ukraine from joining the Western Defensive Alliance, that is NATO. War has always a negative effect and impact on the economies of countries that is fighting the war, and also the neighboring countries, because they are also associated with those countries in terms of trade and other aspects. Major items of export from India to Russia are pharmaceuticals, telecom instruments, iron and steel, tea and chemicals, and imports include petroleum, pearl, semi-precious stones, coal, fertilizers, and vegetable oil. India's exports to Ukraine include pharmaceuticals, telecom instruments, groundnut, ceramic, iron, and steel, while imports comprise of vegetable oil, fertilizers, inorganic chemicals, plastic and plywood, and allied products. So it is quite certain that any ethnic tension occurring in these two specific countries will certainly affect the trade relation with them of India in terms of forex reserves. Now, these are some literatures that have been studied from both national and international contexts, with the specific year of the study, methodology, and the findings that are portrayed here. Now, after minutely examining the existing literatures, it was found that across both national and international contexts, studies are rarely found where the impact of Russia-Ukraine conflict on the forex reserve of India is actually measured, though there are very few studies on the studies including different stock markets from the particular area. On the basis of the existing research gap, the objectives of the studies are finalized to study how the forex reserve of India performs across different regimes, that is the pre-crisis regime and crisis regime during the particular study period. And the crisis basically indicates the conflict between the two specific countries, Russia and Ukraine. Moving on to the methodology of the study, in order to accomplish this particular study, secondary weekly closing data of forex reserve of India, that is rupees in billion and crores, is considered, and a dummy variable is also constructed to represent the Russia-Ukraine crisis. The study period is considered from1st January 2021 to September 9, 2022, with 88 weekly observations, where 1st January 2021 to February 18, 2022 is considered as the time period before the crisis, that is represented by 0, and February 25, 2022 to 9 September 2022 is considered as the time period during the crisis, that is represented or denoted by 1. Now, to address the objectives of the study, different econometric tools like Phillips-Perron unit root test and Markov regime switching model are used, along with the descriptive statistics. Not only that, but also as far as the sources of the data is concerned, the weekly data of forex reserve of India is collected from the website of the Reserve Bank of India, which includes foreign currency assets, gold, SDRs, and the reserve status in the IMF. All the data are converted into corresponding log natural returns to eliminate the inherent disadvantages that are always found or associated with any time series data. And also to compute the analysis part, EViews 8 statistical package is used and applied. This is the empirical analysis and findings on descriptive statistics with 88 sample observation, where it is seen that the p-value or the probability value of the Jarkbera test is significant at 1% level with 99% confidence interval, indicating that the data are normal in nature. Even the concept of skewness and kurtosis, if it is dealt with, they are also within the tolerable limit. And we have the two specific variables, the forex reserve, that is the consolidated forex reserves, and the Russia-Ukraine crisis. This is the result of the Phillips-Perron unit root test, where it is seen that forex reserve is
both significant at level and at first difference, considering both trend and intercept at 99% confidence interval. And it expresses that there are no problem of unit truth within the data. That is, the data is free from the problem of unit truth. As far as the dummy variable of Russia-Ukraine crisis is concerned, though it is insignificant at level, but at first difference it is significant at 1% level with 99% confidence interval, indicating that there is no unit truth present within the particular data set of the given select variables. This is the result of the Markov regime switching model. Now, before moving on to the result, I just want to explain the basic part of Markov regime switching model. This model actually allows us to capture how one particular variable shifts from one regime to another. That is, it can be from a low volatile regime to a high volatile regime, or it can be a high volatile regime to subsequent low volatile regime. Now, in our study, it is basically a movement of the dependent variable, that is forex reserve, from a low volatile regime to a high volatile regime, because the study period before the crisis is considered to be the low volatile period, and the high volatile period is the crisis period when the conflict between Russia and Ukraine is actually present. So what we have seen, we have tried to observe that how the impact of Russia-Ukraine crisis is actually creating an effect onto the forex reserves of India. So as you can see from this particular test, that both during the low volatile period, that is the pre-crisis period, and during the high volatile period, that is the crisis period, forex reserve is highly significant at 5% level with 95% confidence interval. And if you go through the coefficient value, you can see that in the coefficient value, regime 2 is more than regime 1. Regime 2, that is the crisis period, is more disturbing than the pre-crisis period. This is the graphical representation that has been generated using the software EViews 8. The first graph, that is the above graph, is representing the pre-crisis period, and the crisis period is represented in the below graph. Moving on to the conclusion and recommendation, it can be concluded that since India is one of the major trading partners with Russia and Ukraine, any uncertain occurring in those countries is certain to affect the bilateral trade, leading to an impact onto the foreign revenue earnings of India. This will certainly create a hindrance in the foreign exchange reserve of India, which is evident in this particular study. It is also recommended that India can look forward for alternative countries that are trading in similar goods and services to shift from Russia and Ukraine to those countries. Sufficient steps should be taken to produce those goods and services locally that are imported from Russia and Ukraine to alleviate the impact of the crisis during the crisis period, and also this will induce a check on the balance of payment of India. This is the limitation of the study. To understand any economic influence of any crisis, a time period covering 5 years before the crisis and after the incidence of such a crisis is more commonly selected by the authors. That is, the reference is also provided. But since the crisis between Russia and Ukraine occurred only few months back, we could not follow the existing conventions. So what we have decided to select this particular time period, that is the rationale of the study also, which I have not mentioned here due to the limitations of the total number of slides. So we have tried to follow the existing literatures in order to select the time period of the particular study. These are the different references pertaining to the particular study.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ghosh and Rupa Mandal, for presenting your paper. So our next presenter is Anjana Roy and Archita Gupta. Anjana and Archita, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Could you please
Archita,
share
please.
your screen?
Yes, sir.
Sir, is this slide is visible?
No. It is yet not visible. Are you facing any network issue from your end?
Yes, sir.
In that case, your partner can do it, Archita can do it. If Archita, you are facing problem, then Anjana can do it.
Sir, I think in laptop there is a problem. I can share in phone.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, sir.
Do it in phone.
Sir, is my slide is visible?
Yeah, now it's visible. Please carry on.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to present our article in this international webinar. My name is Anjana Roy and my co-author is Orchita Gupta. We are from University of Calcutta. As you can see on the screen, our topic is a study on plastic waste in household, a matter of concern for our environment and human health. The next slide. The next slide.
Slide is not changing. I think there is some problem. It is only introductory slide is there, which is your title slide actually.
I think there is an issue from...
No, in that case, can we go to the next presenter? Because by the time you just identify your problems,
Yes,
now it
and
has
now
come.
the change.
Yeah. Carry on,
Okay,
carry
the
on.
plastic are extracting and spreading throughout the atmosphere. Mostly the pollution arises from large items including bottles, cartoon, food wrapping, etc. The government has already banned plastic items from 1st July 2022, but that announcement is not worked properly in the real field. Global annual production of plastic material currently exceeds 367 million tons approximately. Production is expected to double by 2040 and increase by 2.5 times by 2050. The next slide is the objective of the study. The first one is to know the reason why households use plastic after being banned decision of the government. The second one is to know the how many ways plastic affect the nature. The third one that is to study the reason why the household not using the recycling process. And the last one that is to examine any type of health issues or barrier faced by the household. The next slide is in this part, I would like to talk about research methodology. Our research is mainly based on primary data that is collected through a structured questionnaire from 100 respondents. That has been taken into consideration and the data is collected from Howrah and Hooghly district in West Bengal. The main tool is used for analyzing of data are bar diagram, pie chart and central tendency like mode. It takes 20 days to complete our research. Now I request to my co-author Orchita Gupta to continue our rest of the presentation.
Yes, now I am describing the data analysis and finding portion. Before making any analysis, demographic profile of the sample respondent are explained. The study is conducted based on 100 respondent. Out of 100 respondent, female respondent gained the majority over male respondent. There are 62 female and 38 male respondents who were asked whether they are still using plastic. 75% respondent told that they are still using plastic, and 39% respondent get plastic from grocery shop. 9% respondent get plastic from medical and pharmaceutical store, and 35% respondent get plastic from product packaging, and 17% respondent get plastic from other store like electrical and toys factory. The frequency of grocery shop is maximum. At the production sector, produce and supply the plastic in the market till now. For that reason, the household uses the plastic after the ban decision taken by the government. Research objective 2. We asked the respondent that sudden unavailability of dustbin box, usually what they are doing after using the plastic. And we found that 42% people throw the plastic to the soil, and 20% people throw to the drain or river, and 20% people burn it directly, and 18% people do all of the above. The maximum frequency is 42. That means sudden unavailability of dustbin box after using plastic, people usually throw it to the soil. Research objective 3. We asked the respondent that why they are not maintaining the proper recycling process. We found that 38% people not maintaining the proper recycling process due to unavailability of proper tools, method, etc. And 8% have cost barrier, and 13% people unknown of the fact about the side effect of the plastic, and 41% people maintained it indirect way to throw plastic in dustbin box. And it is the highest frequency. That means many people want to maintain proper recycling process, but they have faced lot of barriers mentioned in the above chart. Research objective 4. We asked the respondent that whether they have agreed that they are faced any problem created due to not maintaining the proper use of plastic. And we found that 87% respondent agreed that many problems created due to not maintaining the proper use of plastic. And 13% people faced health issue like breathing problem and skin diseases. And 38% people faced nature related issues, and it is the maximum frequency. And 38% people answered that they have never faced any problem because they have no idea about the side effect of plastic. Conclusion and recommendation. Finally, summing up the above study, it can be concluded that there are a lot of people in our survey, 75% respondent, who are still using plastic by ignoring the government rule. And sudden unavailability of dustbin box after using the plastic, they throw to the soil and drain and water or burn it directly, which affect directly or indirectly the environment. It can release harmful chemical in the soil that causes severe damage to living organisms such as plant, animal, and humans. Some people throw it to the drain or river that hamper the drainage system, as well as it make aquatic life in danger. Some people burn it directly that release harmful gases like furan, mercury, and dioxin, etc. By the ecological system, as a result, the human being face a lot of health issues like infertility, hormone related cancer, and neurodevelopment disorder, birth defect, etc. And many households are not aware the side effect of the plastic, and they think there is no problem created due to not maintaining the proper use of plastic. But many people are aware the side effect of plastic, and they want to maintain the proper recycling process. But due to unavailability of proper tools and method, they are not maintain recycling process directly. They maintain it indirect way to throw the plastic in the dustbin box. Recommendation. Based on the findings and conclusion presented, the following recommendation suggested. In many cases, households have no idea about the diseases. In this regard, health center have to play leading role, giving a clear idea about the diseases caused by plastic to the household. Production of plastic must be stopped so that household will have no chance to use plastic again. Substitute of plastic should be launched in the market, which is become cheaper and easily available to the household. Until substitute of plastic are available in the society, it is necessary to provide suitable tools, techniques, methods for household to use the recycling process at a cheaper cost. The government has to play more stringent role to stop the production and use of plastic. Government should collect fine from plastic user and give punishment to plastic producers. Thank you everyone for your attention and giving us this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anjana and Archita. Next paper presenter is Hafizul Sheikh and Professor Dr. Khogendranath Chattopadhyay.
Yes, sir. I'm present. Oh, sir, here some problem in electricity. Can I present in through mobile?
Please, carry
Okay,
on.
thank you.
Hafizul, are you there? Hafizul, you are on mute. Hafizul.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so please carry on. Nothing is coming in screen.
Yes, sir.
So Hafizul, I am going to the next presenter. By the time you just resolve the matter from your end. Okay?
Okay, sir. Some problem. There is some issue.
Yeah. So. Yeah. I'll come back to you again. So now Anjali Pandit. Next presenter is Anjali Pandit. Anjali, are you there with us?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Anjali, start presentation.
Good afternoon to all my respected teachers who gave me the opportunity to present my paper on the role of Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana in entrepreneurial development in India. Sir, sorry to say, but I won't be able to present anything regarding my paper because I was hospitalized for last 3 days and I came today from hospital. So I didn't prepare anything.
Fine. So whatever you want to say, even if it is not PowerPoint presentation, if you want to verbally present your concepts, what you have done, you can do that.
So actually, I'm not having I'm not having my paper with me right now.
So the point is that neither verbally nor PPT presentation you will be able to make. Am I right?
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Next presenter, Sudipta Majumdar. Sudipta, are you there with us?
Yes, sir. I'm sharing. Sir, is it visible?
Yeah, Sudipta, it is visible.
And the slide. Yes, sir. What happened? Hello.
Sudipta, it has gone back. Share the slide once. Earlier it was visible.
Is it visible now?
No,
Sir?
no, Sudipta.
Wait,
It is not
I'm again.
visible.
Okay, just wait. I think now visible.
Yeah, now it is visible.
Now
Carry
visible,
on,
sir.
Sudipta.
Yeah. Yeah. Good afternoon, respected professors and other fellow participants. And I thank Professor Lama and other professors and our society, KBSAA. Disclosure
Sudipta, carry on.
practices in the. Yeah, is it audible?
In between you are not. No, carry on.
Yes. Now, my presentation topic is ESG reporting and disclosure practices in Indian banking sector, a qualitative and quantitative study on SBI and ICICI Bank. This is my flow of presentation. Now, what is ESG? The term is very new in India. ESG stands for environment, social and governance. Now, why ESG is coming to India or in global perspective? Especially, there is a growing concern for the impact of climate change, increasing awareness and information need among the investors and other stakeholders. And apart the investors are also nowadays they want any kind of business to become more responsible and sustainable towards the society. Along with all these things, there is some guidelines like global reporting initiatives and sustainable development goals. All these things together led to the led the companies to disclose what is the impact of the corporate activities on the society, on the environment. This such disclosure is known as ESG reporting and disclosure. Okay, in India, SEBI has already given a format for disclosing the ESG of the ESG impact of the company's activities on the environment, society, and governance. That report is called known as Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report. Previously, it was known as Business Responsibility Report, but this disclosure is mandatory for the financial year 2021 2, and it is mandatory for top 1000 listed companies uh, on the basis of market capitalization. Moving on to the next slide. Now, these are the key components of ESG. There are three pillars: environmental, social, and governance. Now, under environmental, there are environmental policy, climate, energy consumption, energy intensity, waste management, all these things. Under social, full-time employees, their rights, training, development, these things are coming. And under governance, there is board composition, board meeting, voting results, gender pay ratio, data protection, all these things are coming. These are this list is not exclusive list, not exhaustive. There are many things which are not there in this list because this is a BSc, this list is available in the BSc website. Apart from this, there are Bloomberg and Crisil source where from we can get some more components. Now these are in a very nutshell. Okay, this is my objective of the study. Mainly I want to make a comparative analysis of the ESG disclosure of SBI and ICICI Bank in both qualitative and quantitative way. My data source is basically annual report, sustainability report, and of the banks. And apart from that, I have collected some data from Crisil and Bloomberg database. Now you can ask me why ICICI Bank and why you have chosen SBI. Now if I go through the RBI data, among the scheduled commercial banks in the financial year 2020 and 21, we have seen that 92% of the total assets of the scheduled commercial banks is attributed to public and private sector banks. And among the public and private sector banks in India, SBI and ICICI Bank are the major players. That's why I have chosen these two banks. Now I am I am going to the qualitative part of my study. First, means I have gone through the sustainability report or ESG report, whatever you can say, or integrative report of both the banks. And just for the financial year 2020 and 21, I have jotted down in very nutshell what initiatives they have taken for the society, for the environment, and for the governance. Now, coming to the environmental initiatives. What under environmental initiatives, basically there is a focus on climate change, managing natural capital, and digitization. Now here I am, for the sake of a short time, I am telling short. Both SBI and ICICI Bank have introduced green funds, green bonds, and to facilitate the smooth transition to environment friendly technologies. They are apart from that, they are investing in solar energy, wind energy, waste to energy, and accordingly their policy have been formed. Secondly, under natural capital, their initiatives include SBI's green building initiative, water recycling, while ICICI Bank focus on lowering the use of water and rainwater harvesting. And the next part is under environmental initiative, there is digitization. Under digitization, both the banks are trying hard to take the banking outside the bank branches, and they want it in a paperless mode. That's why they are increasing the number of ATMs. They are trying to focus on mobile banking, internet banking, point of sale, all these things. So one data I have shared, other data are shared in the paper, but here I have shared only one data. That is 90% of the transaction in financial year 2020 and 21 in ICICI Bank. 90% of the transactions in savings bank accounts have been made through digital channels like internet, mobile, point of sale, phone banking, and card. It is not in the offline mode. Now moving to the next slide. Now coming to the social initiative parts. Under social initiative, both the banks are trying to facilitate the socially disadvantaged people. They want to say, they want to reach the socially disadvantaged people. So their social initiatives include rural banking, rural entrepreneurship, agribusiness, financial literacy, microcredit, skill development, for so that that will cause the betterment for the socially disadvantaged people. And some apps are there, through that with the help of training, and the socially disadvantaged people can access the banking facility and will be helpful for their financial state. Now coming to the governance part. Under governance, obviously there is a difference, but overall there are several board level committees that have been formed to oversee the risk management, compliance, monitoring, transparency, integrity, and their improvement. Apart from this, both the banks focus on data, information, and cyber security, which are most important nowadays in the era of artificial intelligence and machine learning. So in this respect, SBI has this is a very important thing. The SBI has one platform called Garima platform, which has resolved 49 complaints out of 55. On this platform addresses the complaints on sexual harassment at workplace. The employees the sexual harassment of employees. This is a major initiative by SBI. These are the qualitative study in the for the financial year 2020-21. Now I'm coming to the quantitative part. You can ask me that how to measure ESG, how their activities are measured. So I have gone to I have collected data from Bloomberg and a Crisil database. So in Crisil database and in Bloomberg, they have component-wise score as well as overall ESG score. Component-wise score means they have given score on environmental disclosure, social disclosure, governance disclosure, as well as total overall ESG disclosure. So I am not going to the in details. Just I am interpreting what is the output of the results. Now, from the table, it is clear that both the banks, both SBI and ICICI Bank, have more than their industry average. Industry average means I have collected all the ESG scores of all the banks and make it average just to reach industry average. So, both ICICI Bank and SBI have
Sudipto, are you there?
every cases SBI has exceeded the score ESG score of ICICI Bank. That means
Sudipto,
it
you
is
conclude in
clear
1
that
minute.
SBI.
Sudipto, you conclude in 1 minute.
Hello.
You conclude in 1 minute.
SBI has a better disclosure and ICICI has lesser. Now what is the output? Yes. Now ESG, what is the problem in India? ESG is in very nascent stage. Although it is growing fast, but it is in nascent stage in India. And main problem is the quality of disclosure, because different banks have ESG report, but they are not on a same format. And at the same time, availability of data, ESG data, is also a very big problem in India. And on the quantitative ground, if you can see, there is a huge gap between Bloomberg and Crisil data, Crisil score, which creates uncertainty and misinterpretation. So it is suggested that if there will be only single database ESG for the ESG scores for all the companies, that will solve all these problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sudipto. Now I will come back to Hafizul. Hafizul, are you there? Hafizul Sheikh, are you there?
I am there. I'm presenting, sir.
Yeah.
Start sharing. Can anyone kindly help me, please? I cannot share my slide from phone. Can anyone please help me?
Madhumita madam.
Can you yes, can you mail it to me?
Actually, ma'am, clearly.
At my mailbox, or can you?
Clearly. Hello, ma'am. Hello. हाँ sir. স্যার ফোনে প্রথমে গেলাম স্যার, প্রথমে গিয়ে শেয়ার অপশন গেছি স্যার, স্টপ শেয়ারিং অপশন এসছে, এবার স্যার কি করব? আচ্ছা স্যার। স্যার ঠিক আছে, থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ, থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ। Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to you all. Myself, Hafizul Sheikh, PhD Research Scholar, Department of Education, the University of Burdwan. I express my respect and gratitude to all the honorable dignitaries and our expert, sir, Sujoy Kumar Dhar sir, and here present all the other teachers, dignitaries, participants, and members of KBSAA. I am going to present about essentials of cultural intelligence in job effectiveness with the co-author with my supervisor, Professor Dr. Khagendranath Chattopadhyay. I would like to focus on the introduction and rationale of the studies. Now, globalized world, and they are if from everywhere, every institution recruit their employees from everywhere with eligible candidate. There is no burden in profession. Many employees join in the profession in a domestic or global culture. Any cultural interaction affect the activities, gesture, and posture of an individual who are not culturally intelligent. That can be leading misunderstanding and work effectiveness in unacceptable situation. Indian culture, diversity by nature. It has 29 states and 9 union territories, and their bona fide permanent resident practices their own unique culture and language and other social rituals. There are many educational institutions, banks, companies, organizations, and other institutions situated everywhere in India, and stakeholders come from their native area, and the authority recruits employees like teacher, staff, and other functionaries from countrywide, irrespective of caste, creed, state of domicile, cultural background, and mother tongue, etc. I am going to next slide. In this paper, I am discuss about the cultural intelligence, why essential for job effectiveness. A person encounter many problems in a area that are unfamiliar to the cultural environment, that are not that is different from the employee and the functional and the stakeholders. Now next slide. Objectives of the studies: to know the problems of employees working in a cultural environment that is unfamiliar to them, to know the needs of cultural intelligence for the employees working in a cultural environment that is unfamiliar to them, to know the training program for the employees to work effectively in an environment that is unfamiliar to them. Next, cultural intelligence. Cultural intelligence is a four-dimensional general intelligence discovered by Christopher P. Early and Sunang in 2003. It is a special ability of a person to adapt others' culture and adjust quickly that leads the individual to interact effectively with others and work effectively in an environment that is characterized by cultural diversity. It has four dimensions, namely metacognitive CQ, cognitive CQ, motivational CQ, and behavioral CQ. Next, shown in the chart, models of cultural intelligence. The cultural intelligence has four dimensions. Hello, sir.
Yeah, carry on.
Hello.
You are audible. Carry on, please.
Sir, cultural intelligence. Okay, sir. Cognitive CQ, motivational CQ, and behavioral CQ. Metacognitive CQ is called as CQ strategy, cultural intelligence strategy that enable a person for awareness and ability to plan for multicultural interaction. And next, cognitive CQ. It is a CQ, cultural intelligence knowledge that enables a person knowledge about similarity and difference between culture. And third, motivational CQ. That is CQ drive. CQ drive enables a person to motivate to learn about and respond to different culture. And last one, behavioral CQ. That's called CQ in action. Capability to adapt self behavior appropriately for different culture. Next slide. Cultural intelligence continue. It is related to job satisfaction, job effectiveness, psychological well-being, homesickness, communication effectiveness, cross-cultural communication, scholastic achievement, rapport with others, personality, and other contracts. Socially acceptable behavior, responses, lifestyle, and working style depend on the interest, feelings, culture, and ethnicity of person in a specific context, and those are differ from culture to culture and place. Highly culturally intelligent people can understand and act according to the other culture. CQ foster healthy intercultural relationship with others from different cultural background. It is related to the knowledge of many languages, sign cues, grammatical rules of other languages. Culture determines the way of communication with others. Next, problems that encountered the employees, teachers, managers, etc. in their institution that is characterized by cultural diversity. There are anxiety, stress among employees due to cultural conflicts. Many organizations struggling for the differences in working force among employees on the basis of local, regional, and national. Indian managers faced communication challenges due to their working environment was characterized by cultural diversity. They failed to understand different culture and use of inappropriate language and behavior affected negatively to create relationship and as well as job effectiveness. Next, 10 to 20% of US manager from abroad sent to return back every time due to job effectiveness and difficult to understand other cultures. Due to diversified cultural society, there existed many conflicts, misunderstanding, and unhealthy relationship with colleagues and others. That's problems arise in the institutions countrywide, where the institutional functionaries are from a cultural background, and the stakeholders like customers, yes, and students and other population are population cultural different, and there they encountered this problem. Needs of cultural intelligence to eradicate this type of problem. um, we we know the cultural intelligence how to eradicate it due to globalized world
Just
and cultural.
conclude in 1 minute. Conclude in 1 minute, Hafizul.
Yes, sir. Mm, Cultural intelligence is a general ability. It enables a person to adapt and interact effectively with the others that are um, unfamiliar cultural background. So cultural intelligence very much needed for the functionaries working in a unfamiliar cultural background. Training program. Cultural Intelligence Center, Michigan, America, conducts many researches program continuously and about cultural intelligence, and organizes many online cultural intelligence training program for teachers, educators, and learners, managers, and employees. Conclusions and implications. Cultural intelligence is the most powerful weapons that can be matters not merely in the life of human beings, but also in our tiny insects. In Indian culture, diversified by nature, and many educational institutions.
Thank you, Hafizul. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank
sir.
you. Now we have completed our paper presentations. Now it is question answer session. Please type your questions in the chat box.
Okay, sir.
So that
Okay, sir.
so any audience, any paper presenter has any questions, apart from that, from the YouTube channel also who are observing this presentation, any questions in the chat box, we will take it.
Sir, as of now, no questions are there on the YouTube chat box, but let us just wait for 1 or 2 minutes in case somebody is typing. Yeah.
So not only YouTube channel, but who are present in this session, if you have any question to any particular paper presenter, please write in the chat box. We will take the questions and we'll go ahead.
I think, sir, there are no more questions. Do we wait for another minute or do we close the session?
Okay. If there are no questions, then fine.
I don't find any questions in the YouTube chat box. So, do we close the session then?
We may wait for a minute.
Yes, sir.
If there is any question,
Absolutely, sir.
we may wait for a minute.
Absolutely, sir. In case somebody is typing, right in the process of typing, so.
Madam, is there any question?
No, sir, not yet. There are no questions on the. I don't find any questions in the chat box.
So let's conclude the session. It is really nice to listen the different research papers from different domains, whether it is behavioral finance, then digital divide, impact of Ukraine crisis, plastic packet, ESG reporting practices in Indian banking sector, as well as cultural intelligence. Now, once again, my heartfelt gratitude goes to the entire organization team of the seminar. So, few names I want to mention. Dr. Vishwajit Pal, Organizing Secretary, Professor Dr. Dipti Kumar Chakrabarti, Professor Dr. Anand Mohan Pal, Professor Shaumo Mukherjee, Professor Brahma Chaudhary, Professor Pema Lama, as well as Professor Madhumita Dasgupta for their excellent contribution, without whom it would have not been possible for us to conduct the session, to conduct the seminar so seamlessly and smoothly. Every good thing has to come to an end. So I am concluding the session here. Over to you, Madhumita.
Thank you so much, Huda sir. Thank you for chairing the session in such a wonderful manner. I know it's quite late, but I'll take 2 or 3 minutes of all of your time to extend all my heartfelt gratitude to all the people present here.
Hello.
I would like to thank Professor Dr. Dipti Kumar Chakraborty, our honor. Yes, sir. Sir. Yes. Sorry for the interruption.
No, you
I'd
carry
like
on.
to
Carry on.
thank.
Carry on.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Professor Dr. Dipti Kumar Chakraborty, our honorable president, sir, of our society. Dr. Bishwajit Paul, sir, for our organizing secretary for this international webinar. Dr. Professor Anand Mohal Pal, sir, honorable vice president of our society. And a special thank you to CA Sir Ravi Kumar Patra, sir, for his wonderful special address, through which we got to know a lot of important concepts. I'd like to extend my thank you to Dr. Professor Rutul Kumar Dutta, sir, Honorable Vice President of our society. I would also like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Shomubhuda Das, sir, for chairing the first technical session, along with Dr. Surya Kumar Dhar, sir, for chairing the second technical session. I'm very grateful to Professor Shomu Mukherjee, sir, our honorable treasurer for our society, and Brahma, sir, for continuous efforts on his part, and all the paper presenters for both the technical session 1 and technical session 2. I just like to mention their names: Shayak Mitro, sir, Orpit Shah and Madhumita Shardar ma'am, Shomu Haldar sir, Ronak Bhattacharya sir, Sharik Imroz sir, Molla Anbarul Haq sir, Amrita Kormakar ma'am. Then we have, for the second session, Devdeep Banerjee sir, Madhumita Dash and Mo Bhadra madam. In the second technical session, Dr. Roktin Ghosh and Rupa Mondal ma'am. Anjana Royce ma'am and Omsika Gupta ma'am, Hafizul Sheikh sir and Professor Dr. Khagendranath Chattopadhyay sir, Anjali Pandit ma'am, Shudita Majumdar, and all the guests who have been a part of this wonderful session. Thank you so much, sir. And one person without whom all of us would not have been able to come together, and that is our very beloved Lama sir, Pema Lama sir, Associate Professor of Calcutta University, Department of Commerce. Thank you so much, sir, for spearheading this entire effort, and it's been making it such a grand success. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks everybody for making and contributing to this wonderful session. Thank you so much. With that, I'd like to conclude the session.
Thank you, Madhumita ma'am. And at last, I want to convey my sincere thanks to Professor Surya Kumar Dutta for conducting this session in a nice way. So thank you, sir, for giving us time, your valuable time you have spared for us. So I want to thank my heartfelt thank to Professor Surya Kumar Dutta. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sir, just another addition. Of course, we cannot forget the technical support staff. Without them, this entire IT thing wouldn't have been possible. So thank you for them. Also, very thank you, and a loud applause for all of the people who have been phenomenal in this webinar presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am.
So with this, we should conclude our. Yes.
Yeah, another thing, sir. The feedback form has been shared in the Google Meet platform. We are apologetic about the fact that will not be shared on the YouTube platform because there are a lot of members who are not registered there. So only the registered members who are on the Google Meet platform will be having access to the Google form. Kindly share your valuable feedback at the end of the session. Thank you so much, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you. So with this, we should conclude.
Where is Lama, sir?
On behalf of the society,
Sir,
on behalf of the society, let me also, as being the convener, let me also congratulate all our paper presenters, and let me also convey my heartiest thanks and gratitude to all the organizers who are present here. Over to you, Lams.
ওকে, ফর্মালি এটা শেষ হয়েছে। তবে আমি অর্গানাইজারদের এবং লামাকে একটু বলবো, যেভাবে যে দুজনকে তোমরা টেকনিক্যাল সেশনে চেয়ারম্যান করেছো, মানে ইয়াং ফেলো ঠিক, কিন্তু তোমাদের যে জহুরি চোখ হয়েছে, ভেরি গুড সিলেকশন। Your two chairperson of the technical session and other two, মানে তোমরা যে দুজনকে পেয়েছো, মধুমিতা আর লোকমিত্রা, যাদেরকে তোমরা নিয়েছো, কিভাবে কন্ডাক্ট করতে হয় এই জিনিসটা খুব ভালোভাবে ওদের জানা, খুব একবারে অ্যাপ্রোপ্রিয়েট রাইট পারসনকে রাইট জায়গায় তোমরা প্লেস করেছো। ইয়াং চেয়ারম্যান সুজয়কে এবং আমি তখন সম্মুখ বলেছি, তোমরা সত্যি আমাদের ভবিষ্যৎ, তোমরা এভাবেই চালিয়ে যাও। আর লোকমিত্রা, মধুমিতা, তোমরা যেভাবে কন্ডাক্ট করলে, আমি প্রথম থেকে শেষ পর্যন্ত দেখলাম, তোমরা যেভাবে কন্ডাক্ট করলে সত্যি দিস ইজ এক্সেলেন্ট। তাই তোমরা অর্গানাইজাররা, মানে বিশ্বজিৎ বা তোমরা আমাদের যে লম্বা লামা, তোমরা যেভাবে সিলেক্ট করে, সিলেকশনটা ভেরি গুড। আর পেপারগুলো একেবারে খুব কন্টেম্পোরারি ইস্যু নিয়ে পেপারগুলো হয়েছে। আর পেপারগুলোকে ওরা একটু মানে বারবার যেটা আমি বলি যে কেন জিনিসটা যেন বলে, যেমন ধরো একটা পেপার ওদেরকে সেভাবেই তোমরা বলবে বাড়াতে, পরে পরে যারা আছে তারাও সেটা করবে। সেটা যেমন আইসিআই আর এসবিআই নিয়ে বলে গেল, একজন কেউ বলে গেল। আবার তার আগে আইসিআই এর সঙ্গে একটা ব্যাংকের, আরেকটা ব্যাংকের মার্জার হয়েছে বলে একজন বললো। তো মার্জারের পরে চেঞ্জ হয়েছে, প্রফিট বললো, এটা বললো, ওটা বললো, আরো একটা কমেছে এরকম বললো। কিন্তু পরে ওটা হয়েছে মানে মার্জারের জন্যই হয়েছে না অন্য কোন কারণে হয়েছে, সেটা কিন্তু রিসার্চারদের খুঁজে বের করতে হবে। পরে হয়েছে মানে মার্জারের জন্য হয়েছে, এটা তো জাস্টিফাই করা যায় না। এইটা হচ্ছে রিসার্চের মূল উদ্দেশ্য, যে শুধু ফ্যাক্টগুলো স্টেট করলে হবে না, শুধু আমি ওই এসপিএসএস দিয়ে ডাটা অ্যানালিসিস করে আমি এটা সিগনিফিক্যান্ট নয় বলে দিলে চলবে না। কেন সিগনিফিক্যান্ট নয় তোমার মতে, অবশ্য সেখানে তার লজিক থাকবে, জাস্টিফিকেশন থাকবে, উইসিবলি করতে হবে না। সেটাই রিসার্চের মূল জায়গা, এটা যেন সবাই ঠিকমতো করে দেখে। যাই হোক, আমার খুবই ভালো লাগছে যে তোমরা এত সুন্দর একটা সেমিনার করলে। সকলকে আর কি বলবো, আমার একবারে আন্তরিক ধন্যবাদ। ওকে,
ধন্যবাদ স্যার। আপনাদের আশীর্বাদ থাকলে আমরা এগোতে পারবো।
আপনাদের আশীর্বাদ থাকলে আমরা পারবো স্যার। থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার।
থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ দীপ্তি স্যার।
আচ্ছা, আরেকটা স্যার দীপ্তি স্যার আরেকটা বলছি, আমরা বলেছি যাদের পেপার এই ফুল যারা পেপার প্রেজেন্ট করেছে তাদেরকে বলা হয়েছে যে নভেম্বরের মাসে ফুল পেপারটা দিতে। তাতে যদি বেস্ট পেপার আমরা এডিটোরিয়াল বোর্ডে যারা বেস্ট পেপার হবে তাকে আমরা আপকামিং জার্নাল, যেটা ডিসেম্বর ইস্যুতে জার্নাল অফ একাডেমিক অ্যাডভান্সমেন্ট, যেটা আপনি নাম দিয়েছেন, জার্নালের নামকরণ তো আপনি করে দিয়েছেন, তো সেই জার্নালে ওই পেপারটা ছাপানো হবে।
বেস্ট পেপার করতে গেলে তুমি চেয়ারম্যানদেরও রাখবে, মানে যারা ওই সব সেশনের চেয়ারপারসন ছিল, তাদেরকে জাজ করা। ঠিক আছে,
অবশ্যই। থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার, থ্যাংক ইউ।
বিশ্বজিৎ, ওকে, ঠিক আছে।
Sir, can we close the session then?
বিশ্বজিৎ ক্লোজ করে দাও, বিশ্বজিৎ।
No, before we close the session, just a minute, sir. Before we close the session, it would be it has been a great honor that Swati ma'am across the boundary, across the territory, she came across. She had such a busy schedule today, yet she did not say no to us, and she actually shared all her wonderful views, and we got to know whatever happens about corporate governance in her country. And it was a wonderful session, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. And I would also like to thank Lokamudra ma'am, my co-coordinator, who has been with me, working with me, so that we could just conduct the session nicely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Madhumita, one thing. Just need permission.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Certificate of appreciation. Certificate of appreciation has been delivered to the paper presenters of both technical 1 and technical 2 session. Okay. ঠিক আছে?
ওকে ওকে মধুমিতা সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ দিল। প্রফেসর লামা মধুমিতাকে ধন্যবাদ দিয়ে দাও।
আচ্ছা, থ্যাংক ইউ
স্যার স্যার আপনারা ধন্যবাদ দেবেন না স্যার, আপনারা ধন্যবাদ দেবেন না স্যার, আপনাদের আমাদের সাথে থাকতে পারলেই বিশাল ব্যাপার। থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার।
ঠিক আছে, সবাই ভালো।
Okay, sir.
Okay,
Okay,
I'm leaving.
we are concluding the.
Yes.
Okay. We are concluding the webinar.
Yes, I am leaving.
থ্যাংকস
স্যার তাহলে স্ট্রিমিংটা অফ করি?
ইয়েস,
স্ট্রিমিংটা অফ করে দিলাম স্যার।
ঠিক আছে।
ওকে স্যার, ওকে থ্যাংক ইউ।
সুজয়, থ্যাংক ইউ।
থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার, থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার, থ্যাংক ইউ।
সবাইকে সার্টিফিকেট পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছি।
স্যার আমি এখানে লিংক দিয়ে দিয়েছি।
স্যার রিসিভ পেয়ে গেছি স্যার।
পেয়ে গেছো? বাহ বাহ।
হ্যাঁ পেয়ে গেছি। থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার, থ্যাংক ইউ ফর কন্ডাক্টিং সাচ আ ওয়ান্ডারফুল ওয়েবিনার।
থ্যাংক ইউ তোমাকেও। ঠিক আছে।